Sorry for the inconvenience. Alright, so once again, my name is Firdaus. I am from AI Boleh, and today I will be presenting my project EduZen, AI Powered Educational Assistant. So, alright, sorry, this is the time. Okay, I will introducing my project EduZen, AI Powered Educational Assistant. So, we'll just sit over here because maybe of the connection. So I will start with the SDG alignment. So in my project, we choose two SDG alignment, which is SDG 3, good health and well-being, and also SDG 4, quality education. So to align the SDG alignment with our problem statement, so these are so these are our problem statement. So our main target is student. So that these two students, they got stressed, they're overwhelmed. The study material is too much for them. So these are one of the many problems that students have during their study. So okay, so these are the statistics. 87% of students say that educational is the main reason of their stress, and 82% of people saying that they doesn't know what they even did during their high school, and 35,950 students died by suicide because of study. So because of this, we want to introducing our project EduZen to overcome all the problem. Next. So this is EduZen. So next. So what is EduZen? EduZen is AI powered study companion that change study material, maybe image, PDF, or maybe audio into note summarization, quiz generation, and also study plan, with also AI chatbot that can support their mental well-being. Next. So what different our product with the current technology is that current technology such as ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek require us to prompt everything. If you want to summarize everything, we need to prompt. If you want to ask anything, we need to prompt everything. But EduZen offer ready-to-use interface that for personalized study plan, maybe for AI analysis, and also AI chatbot that we can ask the question with the AI chatbot. So next. So the tool we use, React and Material UI for the front end and back end, Firebase for database, Gemini to image, PDF extraction, and also the AI processing with speech API to change speech into text, and text to speech to change text into speech. Okay, next. So this is our use case. So our use case have two modules. The first module is AI Study Assistant, and then the second module is Wellbeing Companion. So to understand more about this module, let's go to our project demo. So, project demo. Alright, let's see. Okay, this is our project. So we can upload image, we can capture image, we can upload PDF, we can upload audio, we can record audio. So if you see the upload image, capture image, upload PDF, we will use Gemini to extract the information for it and to become the summary. But for upload audio and record audio, we use the web speech API to change the speech into text. Then the text we use Gemini to convert it into summaries. Okay, let's try using upload PDF. So this is one of our subject.
I've received your PDF document SP Session 3, Secure Design Principles.pdf. I'll start processing it right away.
Analyze content.
I'm analyzing your content to extract key information and generate meaningful insights. This will help you better understand the material and prepare for effective studying.
Okay, so we wait because the larger the size of the PDF, maybe the larger of time to processing everything. So we wait. Okay, so this are the AI generated summary we did. If you didn't like the AI summary, we can edit. Maybe you want to make it a bit longer, you want to make it a bit concise, you can prompt here. So cancel. So from this summary and also from the content, we can make quiz. So Gemini API going to make quiz and answer based on the content material. So Mikael, try to answer the question. Okay, sorry. So as you can see, he got 0. But don't worry, we can try again. Yeah, it's very stressful. So we can maybe want 7 questions, maybe 8 questions. We can generate a new question if you want to. So this quiz so far only MCQ, but in future maybe we going to implement open structural question. So moving on next to our best one, study plan. So a lot of students, they know how to study, but they doesn't have a good proper study plan. So we can set our preference, our study plan, start date, maybe today, our difficulty level. Maybe that subject is easy for me, so I make it a bit easy, like maybe 2. Then available study. One day maybe I want 1 hour of study. So 1 hour of study. I want to complete everything in 5 days. 5 days. Right, okay. And then learning style. Maybe learning style, we have visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and reading, writing. For those who do not know that kinesthetic is learning using your body. Like you need to exercise a bit before you study, something like that. So we go to maybe kinesthetic, generate study plan. From here,
a personalized study plan tailored to your needs. This balanced plan is designed for 60 minutes of daily study over 5 days, optimized for your hands-on learning style. The plan will break down complex topics into manageable sessions to maximize your learning efficiency.
So, based on the content material, Gemini going to break down everything into few topics like this. For day 1, what we need to study. Day 2, what we need to study. When the break time is and everything. So we can also use time watch over there. Click that. We have like time stop. And if you want to finish early, just press the red one. Okay. So we complete. But in the future, you want to use it in the future, you can save it. You can save, and then you can view details. So in the future, you can see everything. It's already saved over here. You can do, then you can go forward for the next one. So that's it for module, this module. So moving on to the next module, our well-being companion. So this is our chatbot. So let's say hi. Hi.
Hi there. How can I help you today?
How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks for asking. Ready to help you with your studies.
What is 123 in binary?
123 in binary is 111, 1011.
You didn't know how to speak English. Boleh cakap Melayu tak?
Yeah, boleh. APA yang boleh saya bantu.
Sorry for the image. So this project is multilingual. You can use English, Chinese, maybe any language that Gemini can use. So like I said before, this project is have something like well-being, support our well-being. What happens if I cannot focus?
Try the Pomodoro technique, 25 minutes of focused work followed by a 5-minute break. Okay. Would you like to try listening to brown noise to help with concentration?
So it has brown noise intervention to overcome our lack of focus. So let's try play maybe a few seconds.
Great.
Okay.
I've started playing brown noise. I've stopped the brown noise.
So that is for
how was your focus while it was playing?
Okay, how about
remember, you can ask me to play it again anytime you need help concentrating.
Okay, how about another thing? I cannot focus. I cannot focus. Okay.
Try closing your eyes for a minute and taking.
I am tired. Sorry, I am tired. So how about I am tired?
I understand. Feeling tired is completely normal, especially when studying. Let's try something quick. Close your eyes. Take a slow. Great. Let's start the 4-7-8 breathing exercise. Follow along with the guided exercise below. This technique can help reduce anxiety and stress quickly.
So it's a breathing exercise to overcome our lack of focus. So that's it for well-being. So for the last features,
To feel after the breathing
the
exercise.
profile page,
I hope it helped you relax.
profile page. Okay. This is the last one. Is our learning statistics. So far we have study plan, one created, session located, that's one. Study time, we just opened it, so 0. Average quiz, just not 0, but we have like, before this we have done testing, we got 40%. So it's this one only not for, based on the last one. So back to our presentation. So a good project is not good enough if there is no testing. So next. So we did a few testing. The QR is for our video playlist or the proof that we test all our product. So TC001 until TC006 is we test Eduzen flow testing using upload image, capture image, upload PDF, long pages and short pages, upload voices, record voices, and also we testing our chatbot from the module function and also for AI chatbot. So next, we also testing our AI accuracy. So AI accuracy we test using the ROC-L method, which measure the longest overlapping sequence of word in the same order. So this is the code we use. As you can see, this one. This is the human. We try to summarize the PDF our stuff, and then this is the Eduzen summary. As you can see, this is the key output. So far, this two is not so good because this it's very long. The PDF is very long. So I suggest if the PDF is long, we need to maybe break it by chapter. So last page for our future plan. So if you want to improve this project, you want to continue with this project, the first thing we do is open structured question for quizzes. That just MCQ. Then we have Google Calendar. Google Calendar, I want to make it like this one. You remember the study plan? So maybe today, it will set in the Google Calendar 5 p.m. What we will do, and then the break time and everything. It will remind us using the notification, and then improve the AI accuracy. So if we ask about the collaboration we might do is with the educational institute, maybe university or government. And for next collaboration is LMS portals such as Google Classroom and Module. So how do we get money? So far maybe initiative from government to help SPM student maybe, or maybe university student, or maybe just put Google Ad inside the app to sustain the product. So to conclude everything, so I think that Eduzen has everything it needs to overcome the SDG 3 and SDG 4, and the impact not only for the mental health but also for the academic success of the student. I guess that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Team AI Body. Now that the pitch has ended, I would like to invite the judges to start asking questions if they have any.
Okay, hello, good morning. First of all, great presentation. I should explain right. So you're actually using your MEI API.
Yes.
So at the back end itself, right? Is it only a single form or is it a collection of forms? So for example, is it through shape of God or any form of reasoning at the back?
I don't.
Okay, I will explain. So for example, if I were to upload a PDF, right?
Yes.
At the back end for Gemini,
Yes.
is it only a single form to process the PDF, or is it a series of forms?
A series of prompts.
Series of forms.
Yeah. It's going to save the maybe we put PDF. It's going to be saved on the database. So the database we can see again in the save plan history. We can see it again, and then we can use it again if you want to. So and also based on that, we will implement RAG, we can implement RAG so that if you ask the question, it will choose the most related based on the content material.
So if you use right, okay, makes sense. And have you actually tried with a lot of actions, a lot of interventions, because you may run out of context, like, right? Have you tried with a lot of questions, a lot of actions?
Yes, we tried. But so far we did the most we did question maybe 15. But for the largest PDF we tried 20 around 15. But 20 is that not working at all. So 15 is maybe the most 15 MB for PDF.
Okay, sure, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. The problem statement is very good. We all suffer from that, and yeah, the solution also is a bit good. But couple of notes here, like, did you try to talk to it? Like, the first thing that annoyed me is voice.
For the voice. Actually, we can close the voice. We can change the. Can you see back the voice? The voice. See, we can change.
Hello Wakamalaki. I'm your AI study assistant. How can I help you today?
This the voice. So no voice anymore.
Yeah, okay, so you cannot talk, you only type, right?
We can talk also with it, but for this laptop it doesn't have mic function, so we cannot test. If you see the video in my playlist, we have test where I'm talk, he answer me. I'm talk, he answer me back. We try with it in our playlist the test.
Okay. So I'm a student, right? I want to try your application, and I'm actually don't want to read or don't want to listen. I just want something to explain for me what's going on. So does your application do that? Like,
Sorry, like what?
I'm a student,
Yes.
right? I have a PDF. I didn't join this lecture, so I missed it. So I want someone to explain that for me. Using the video, some sketching, doing
Yes.
something for me, right?
So far only texting only.
So far, text.
Ah,
So
text.
you cannot generate video.
Generate video, maybe we can implement that in future. We have idea for it, but we don't have enough time because currently we have new AI. What AI? Vertex AI. We maybe a few days ago it just published to make make question like that. So AI is still growing. So maybe if AI that can generate video is here, maybe we can implement that to make our new study plan, to new features. Maybe make video or make something that can make students understand more about their project.
Okay, so I guess it's the feature are available. So if you want help, just reach out to me. I will assist you with that. The other thing is, what was the technical challenge that you have faced during that implementation?
So the first challenge we did is we need to find API. First, we want to use Cloud Vision API. So the main problem is money because everything it has money. Then the second problem is about the processing time. If we use the free tier Gemini, it's very slow. So we use Gemini 2.0 to make it a bit faster, but still it costs money. So in future, if people want me to improvise this, maybe we make our own AI for it because I did in the past. So maybe I can also do this our own AI chatbot maybe.
So you mean like you're gonna develop a new AI model for yourself?
Yes.
That's taking a long
Yeah, that costly, but
So
also
you can use the open source, like you can use the open source that you hosted in
Yeah.
your infrastructure, which it will not cost you anything except the infra that you are using. That's,
and also one problem is more to mobile app. Actually we want to put like QR so everyone can test, but most of people use mobile app. Mobile app, when we want to enter the app, it's very take time, maybe 1 hour, then it can be used on our testing. So far we show our project. If the mobile app okay, then okay lah. I guess that's it.
the time finished.
The 5 minutes for the Q&A. But if you guys have questions,
Yeah, the last question, so I can give the score.
Okay. Result okay.
If I give you 1 day, what you gonna implement in that time? 1 more day.
One more day. If you give me one more day, maybe I want to use 11 labs to make the sound more bearable for us, because the sound is not okay. So maybe use 11 labs using my voice maybe to make the voice is better to hear.
I always like to be last because I will have a lot of comments and suggestions.
Okay.
Just heads up first. A few things I'd like to mention. Maybe first one important is on the prompt. Can you show us what is the prompt used behind? Or if you remember, can just roughly tell us what is the prompt?
Yeah. Explain the prompt. So this is the one that.
So the prompt one, actually we use in the JavaScript we put pre-prompt on it, and then the AI is like that. So the pre-prompt will like the pre-prompt that we use, for example, like the name, we will put user's name, so the back of the hello, and then for the I am study some until the question mark, this is a custom.
I think you forgot, but the pre-prompt we did is you are Eduzen AI assistant. So you need to help student to overcome the study, make it short, not make it long. Then answer it near the base, answer it based on the content material, and then make sure the answer is almost identical to the content material. Then what else we have? Then we also have if else certain cases it will from the breathing technique and also from us.
Please suspicious on that, so it should not be specifically tell it on the voice and all. But for the quiz, let's say what is the prompt you use behind to generate the quiz?
Make 5 questions, then based on that question, input it in first make the first question, then input make if one question. So using loop, put the question inside the maybe the div, and then I'm not remember that part because
Never mind.
okay.
Can.
This is,
Thanks. Sorry, later no stress. Later you use app. No, a few things want to just to make it quickly share my few points of view. First of all, which Gemini
2.0
what?
Flash.
Okay, so a few things. 2.0 Flash already can handle 1 million context window size. I believe it can handle more than 50 pages.
Not
I'm not-
50 MB.
50 MB, how many pages? You need
Maybe
to check on that.
1,000 pages or.
You sure?
Yes, because
Yeah.
we test using our PSM, FYP report, only 2 MB, but 200 pages.
Yeah.
This is-
So I think most of the use cases, when you say large PDF file, right, maybe also mention like what is the things that you already cover and what is the limitation. Instead of MB, it's like how many pages and all. Then will give you a better view on that. Because if you just say like 15 MB, I would think it's capable more than that already. So that's one thing. Also on the Gemini Flash, the pricing, right? A few things you want to cut the cost. You can use the Gemini, the latest one is Gemini 2.5 Flash, actually, only released last month at Pro. Still in preview mode, but you can already use it. The price, just now I just gave the virtual tutorial session. It's only like 15 cents per 1,000 tokens or million tokens. So it's very, very cheap nowadays. It's even cheaper than the DeepSeek R1. So you can, if you want to cut the cost, look into the model that you can, is is have the cost efficiency, you know. One just is up. They are also coming up with this R2 will be releasing very soon. Maybe this few days or this few weeks, early May they will release already. So let's take a look on what is the advantage on that also. Maybe also if you don't want to do all this some very good open source model, you can take a look. Is like the Gemma model, or also the Meta. They also have quite a good models. So these are options that you can look into. The images, we didn't show it, but it's already capable because the Gemini can handle all this multimodality, images and also audio and all. It's a pity that you didn't show it. Maybe you already I can see the submit, but it's only focusing on the text. You didn't show your advantage if you already implement it, right? So these are the things, different scenario you can consider next time to improve it, so that you see that it's not just one things. We can already do multiple things. Yeah. So there's a few that I recall, but overall, good job. Thank you.
I just as a small improvement in the future, right? In terms of the quiz after I answer it right, it can actually give me a feedback about my performance of the quiz. For example, if I answer it wrongly, why it actually answers wrongly and so on. So a little bit of reasoning at the back. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, we forgot to show you something. If you ask question, you can ask in the chat box also about the question, how to answer the question.
When you answer the quiz and all, you can already have like the tips, like explaining why this answer is wrong or why this answer is correct. So that
We have that, but we forget to show it.
Alright, thank you to all of the judges for your very much valuable input. And now, thank you so much to AI Bullet for your amazing presentation. We hope this will release soon, so I don't have to do so many all-nighters of my quizzes anymore. But now let's invite the next team, SDG Fighters, the Green Reapers.
Alamak.
Good day everybody, my name is Vishnu and I come from a small town in Kulim Kedah, and where I come from I had big aspirations of the city, and when I finally got my ticket to the big city, boy was I excited. So because of all the opportunities and all of the fun to have there, and I'm not probably the one alone. So because we realized that by 2050, 70% of the world's population will also be living in cities. But it sounds good until you realize that 37% of the global carbon emissions, it comes straight from buildings. So let me put that into perspective. Basically, if we don't start building houses in a more sustainable way, our emissions are going to explode. So that prompts the question, why decide? What decides how houses are built? Well, tenders. So what is tenders? Tenders is a rule book for a new project, housing project, and this is actually what becomes competition among construction companies for a big chunk of their revenue. And realizing this, government agencies and also private agencies has raised the weightage of sustainable elements in their tenders by 10 to 30% on the last 5 years, depending on nations. Well, this sounds good, but it's actually a double-edged sword, because what they don't realize is that by increasing sustainability requirements, studies say that by increasing these requirements, document complexity increases by about 50%. That's huge. And take this, missing and incomplete documents as well contribute to every 1 in 3 documents being rejected. Now, that's a lot. Now, think about it. This is a big no-no for construction companies. More complexity means more time, more money, more effort, more everything. So why would they want that? So who's most affected from this? It's actually construction SMEs, smaller and medium scale companies. Bigger companies also face these issues, but it's on a much smaller scale. But for today, we'll be focusing on SMEs. So to properly understand the use case, I'll be walking you through our user journey of Mr. Chandra over here, who is a construction worker at an SME, who is also a manager. Mr. Chandra is not an imaginary character we created. We actually collected data and surveyed him as a real human being to get this info. And these are the user journey of Mr. Chandra in creating a full tender proposal. And of the 5 things that he highlighted, these are the 4 that we feel are most important. Unfamiliar requirements, overloaded team, lack of structured feedback, and technical blind spots. This is where the main pain points are. Let me put it into perspective. An unfamiliar requirement will lead to misread clauses increasing by about 35%. An overloaded team may cause items to be overlooked up to around 22%. And the lack of structured feedback may slow down the iteration by about 30%. And finally, the lack of ability for them to finance high-end green people to do sustainability analysis will provide to a lower SDG, ESDG score by about 16%. Basically, to sum all this up, they are doomed. There's no way with all these handicaps they are going to be able to compete with the big-time MNCs. But what if there's a solution? One that can flag and explain gaps, create fewer rewrites and failure tasks, provide a more structured and guided feedback, and finally, a carbon certification check. Well, that is exactly what we have done today. So for today, me and my team have created what we call ground control. So ground control essentially is an AI assistant that checks, scores, and improves housing tenders, making sustainable buildings smarter from the very start. And our tagline, turning sustainability from a checkbox into a culture. To talk more about the technical stuff, let me pass it to Hong.
Right, before we get into the technical demonstration, let us look at the system architecture. So this is what we have built. So this is actually your web applications, and the highlight, we are actually focusing on ADK, which is a recent technology that has been released by Google. So by using ADK, it allows Gemini to explore with several tools to address a various and also a comprehensive range of issues and also problems. Now, next slide please. So let us talk about the system flow. First of all of the documents and also images will be gathered from the users, and then we'll be identifying the locations based on the tenders documents. So this location will then be sent to Google Earth engines to fetch all of the environment factors and also data, and then compile it together. So this is where the system will analyze both of the tenders documents and also the tender submission that is given by the users, and then generate an output which you can see on the screen. So this is the output that is very easy to be understood, especially for our users, Mr. Chandra. Okay, so this is the first part of our solution. Now let's look into the second part, where user will ask a relevant question that is related to the constructions project. So this is basically an AI chatbot assistant that is enabled with ADK. So ADK allows the Gemini to use various tools to increase the accuracies and also the precisions of the output that is generated. So next slide please. Alright, so now we'll get into the technical demonstrations. Alright, let's get started first. So this is actually the page where Mr. Chandra will insert all of the data, the documents, and also the images of the buildings. So we will first enter sometimes we do. Alright, when we click on next, all of these documents will then be sent to the back end parts. So this is actually a complete analysis report, and it consists of the score. Out of 100, how many will be allocated to the system? How many will be allocated to Mr. Chandra tender submissions? So out of 51, you can see the detailed score breakdowns. So this is actually very detailed, and it allows Mr. Chandra to see where it gain points and also which of the part it lose points. So going down to the next, we have the missing deliverables. Remember what we said, we have several, Mr. Chandra has actually several issues in his workplaces. One of it is actually the missing requirements. So this is why we integrate these features, missing deliverables, to identify the gaps between the tenders documents and also the tender submissions by Mr. Chandra. So now, let us look down, we have the sustainability snapshots. So we also talk about the technical blind spot, which says that Mr. Chandra is actually not having any technical expertise in his company. So this is why we are providing the sustainability snapshots. We are not only encouraging Mr. Chandra to implement sustainability features, but at the same time, we are also providing him the repercussions of the implementation so that he knows what he is actually doing. Okay, so for the next one, we have the financial overview. So this one actually shows all of the financial figures that shows how Mr. Chandra's project is profitable or no. So now let's move into the recommendations and tips. So this feature actually maps to the missing deliverables that we have just mentioned. But the difference is the missing deliverables, it highlights the point or the gaps. But this one, it actually shows you and also guides how to increase your winning tendency rates. Okay, now let's move into the next feature where we'll have the 3D model viewers. Okay, so this is actually the 3D models that we have generated based on the image of the building that has been given by the users. So it actually highlights all of the sustainability features that will be placed into the room. Okay, so this feature actually helps Mr. Chandra to save a lot of time and also causes in hiring and architectures. Okay, now let's move on to the next one, which is the compliance risk. Remember what we said, we also have the missing requirements. So each of the tender document, they have their rules and also regulations. This is why we integrate these features to actually shows whether Mr. Chandra is violating any of the rules or regulations or no. Then we move on to the next, which is certifications alignment. We show what certificates Mr. Chandra has and also what kinds of certificate that Mr. Chandra must have in order to increase the winning tendency rates. Now let's move on to the last part, which is the scheduling. So this part, we are actually using Google Calendars and also Google Gemini to create a structured timetable for Mr. Chandra projects so that we are able to help them to save a lot of times and also cost in structuring schedules. So that is it, and we'll move on to the MCP or ADK parts. So our ADK actually provides two prestigious features that is different from the ordinary large language model. So the first one, I'll try to ask him, hello, can you please summarize the financial part for me? And then we'll try to look at the results. All right, it is able to summarize into a short paragraph that the user is able to understand. So this paragraph is actually coming from the analysis report, the figures of the financial aspects. Okay, now let's move on to the second part. Okay, if I try to ask my chatbot to create an event in the timetable or the Google Calendar, it is able to do that as well. So let's try to press send. Alright, it says that the event has been scheduled and it has been created inside the Google Calendar itself, which we can actually check it later. So I guess that is all for the technical demonstrations, and then we'll now move on to the market analysis. I'll pass it back to Vishnu.
Alright, thank you so much, Brother Hong. So we know that it works, we know that it's going to make a great impact, but is it actually financially viable? So to that we say actually yes, because we did a small case study regarding our market analysis, and our TAM in this case would be total ESG software expenditure of all construction companies in Malaysia. Our SAM would be the slice that they cater towards software like ground control, and our SOM would be what we feel like our share that we will be able to obtain. And our key takeaways that the market is absolutely massive. With just 5% means we're able to get up to $1 million in potential. So this shows that there's a strong demand for affordable, smarter, and better tender tools. Next, let's talk about our business model, where we have implemented a SaaS model, where we have broken down our plans into three main parts: starter, growth, and enterprise plan, where each of these will cater to three different target audiences, providing unique features across all three sites, and also our pricing. And our pricing is quite unique because we have actually adopted a hybrid model, where we have a fixed rate and also a per tender rate. So this is actually one of our initiatives to lower the barriers of entry for these SMEs to actually come and join us, considering the fact that tender sheet seasons in Malaysia are not fixed. Right. Speaking of competitors, let's talk about the competitor analysis. So in this case, we put ourselves against the veterans in the industry, Kitahack, Autodesk, OneClick, LCA, and Avata. And I think on first glance, it's pretty evident that we stand above all the rest. And it is not for no reason, because our feature set is really diverse and we provide a really unique solution for a really unique problem. And this is what makes us unique. So next, let's talk about impact. This is probably one of the most important things we have to cover. So we'll be making impacts in SDG 9, 11, and 13. Let's start with SDG 9. So we're targeting 3 main parts within SDG 9. But to summarize, we'll basically be making impact by implementing a sustainable AI within the construction industry itself, which is going to change things at an infrastructural level. Next, let's have a look at SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Going back to what Brother Hong said earlier on, we don't just feed in text into our LLM, we also drag in raw data regarding flood history, NDVI, and also solar radiation right from Google Earth Engine right into our LLM as well. So this is what allows us to create a much more clear-cut and real-world solution. Next, let's talk about climate action. So within this impact, we are able to actually target 3 main points, and where we actually make impact here is usually within the policies and enforcement, because we realize that the government has created many policies, Green RE, GBI, and such, but we realize that these are not easy on first glance to actually adhere to. So this is why we are here, a win for them and a win for us too. So to talk about user testing, let me pass it on to Sharma.
Okay, so when it comes to user testing, we have done our user testing starting from our version 2 until version 2, version 1 until version 2. So during our iteration, we started from a basic prototype proof of concept, which is a version 1, and in middle we have an infrastructure overhaul, which is a version 1.5, and this is the final version which I have demonstrated previously, which is version 2, which is the strategic pivot and same core. So when we got our version 1 user feedback, we get to know our 3 main issues, which is the number 1, the loading time. Number 2 is the latitude and longitude issue, and number 3 is the analysis report issue. So how do we rectify the solution? Okay, so how we rectify was, first, we focus on a one-shot plot to save the execution time. And number 2, we choose the Google Map Drawing Manager so that you have to use it to draw a circle design area. Next, we also use the same manager to refine and tuning the prompt so that the analysis report is generated in a proper manner in a HTML format. Okay, when it comes to version 2, we also have new emerging issues such as MCP reply. The analysis is not clear and also it's not prioritized properly. And the last was the lack of text to action. So how we rectify was, first we limit the maximum output. Second, we tune the prompts to structure the output with a color coding and correct priority. And third, we add the Google Calendar for easy scheduling process. So with this in mind, let us move to the future plan. Shall we, Vishnu?
Alright, so us over here at Ground Control actually have plans to bring into the Southeast Asian market. So our future plans actually has to align with that. So how are we doing this? So that is why our first future plans actually to include multi-language support. Of course, we already have it because we're using LLM, but we want to make it more inclusive and actually in a proper scale. And next, we want to include expansion beyond housing, because we realize that our solution actually is not limited to just housing. It's actually able to accommodate anything within the domain of construction with just a little bit of tweaks. Next, multi-file intelligent parsing. So right now we are only able to upload PDF documents and also Word documents. But what if we are allowed to upload more technical documents such as sketches and drawings and such? So this is where the real magic happens. Right? Next, finally, we have expanding ground control to tender creation mode. So what if we are able to partner up with these private and also governmental bodies and create the requirement documents themselves? Again, relating back to our goal of wanting to snap the problem at its very root and implement sustainability at the very early seeds of construction. Finally, partnerships. So these are the 3 companies that we feel best we join with and bond with. So the first is actually CIDB. CIDB is the governing body for construction in general in Malaysia, and by joining them we are able to actually unlock trust, gain more access, and open our market to a lot more people and SMEs inside Malaysia itself. And then MyCrest. So MyCrest is actually the organization that governs the green certificates within Malaysia, and by partnering up with them we are able to get more in-depth data as to what do these certificates actually mean, boosting the ESG scoring for our clients, which means better rates for them and better wins for us. And finally, Autodesk. So by using Autodesk building information modeling access, we are able to actually bring our 3D model to the next level. Not just visual aid anymore, but actually structural and more analysis. And finally, global user exposure. Our Autodesk is what will actually act as the bridge for us to reach the global market. So with that said, I think that is all that today me and my team have to present. Thank you very much. This is Ground Control.
Alright, thank you, Green Reapers. The judges may now begin your question.
Hey, Emily. Can you guys move to the third row on the left side? Because you're next.
of all, very interesting use case. Seldom that I see this use case, not so common, I would say, and very direct to the industry usage. But a few things that I notice is your group name and problem statement is not very well defined, like which category you want to enter. I think it's acceptable, right? Yeah, but it's not. I can figure out along the way, but not in the first 2 pages. So that's one thing, maybe also for others if you want to take the time to improve yourself. Like the first group is very direct. I know what I expect on this, right? But the standard, how do you use the ADK in this solution?
So ADK actually has several tools that is defined. So it's similar to how normal Gemini works, but in the case that they are able to select tools prior to they answer the questions.
What is ADK?
ADK stands for Agent Development Kits.
Yeah. So for everyone, to do that, you do not necessarily need to use ADK. ADK is just the latest technology from Google, a tool directly easy to automate the agent development only. But you can code or develop your agent by normal process, just to test it out. But the fundamental of the agent is the key points here. Is very good use case, because it's not just using the Q&A answering from the PDF file and all, but you are linking it to the external source and all, right? And that might simplify the ADK process. But what I don't see is the real or more explicit example or usage on like which weather data I don't see it. You mentioned it, but I don't see it. Or maybe some of the things which are the external third-party tools that you link to, but it's not. You mentioned, but it's not showing in some way.
Oh, actually, we are storing all of the data. So the workflow is actually like this. In the backend side, once user has inserted the PDF file and then click on the next, so it will be sent to the backend. And then we will pass and we will extract all of the text inside the PDF file and then send it to Gemini as a context. Because we know that Gemini is actually a long context model, so it's able to process up to millions of tokens. So we are doing that to simplify the process, and also this is one of the ways that we find it efficient to come up with the entire analysis.
Right.
And for that case, we store all of the data into the database.
But like the CO2 submission and then all those things, it's not the real live data. You are getting it from your PDF file.
Actually, this is some of the things that we analyze from the submissions and also the tender documents. So on the back end side, we will try to give ADK some tools to come up with the numbers of the CO2s and so on. You have a structured prompt to generate this content.
Interesting. I think it will be good if you can show that still, because it's something very interesting.
Yeah, so as you can see, this is actually the prompt that we use to generate all of the analysis.
Mainly on the external tools, like maybe the CO and weather and all those things, like where is it? How you link it to different tools in the ADK and what's not? Or what are the tools that you link? Sorry, just notice. In the slide, right, you mentioned the RM and the dollar. Please standardize the
Sorry.
No worries.
This is actually all of the tools that we have defined in ADK. And we provide description to each of the tools so that Gemini is able to know which of the appropriate tools will be used. So we also include Brave Search for web browsers, enable Gemini to come up with some of the recent data from how he has searched on the internet. And then,
Okay, first of very first question, right? How can you ensure a lot of the regulations are localized? So for example, the government in Malaysia is different from another country, and even the government in Selangor and Western Penang is different. What are your mechanisms to actually ensure whatever you present back is correct?
Yeah, I think to answer that question, actually it refers to our tender document, because our tender document actually has all the info within there already. So as of right now, our workflow is to kind of extract key details within our tender document, because actually for our demo purposes, we actually pumped in an American tender document, because that's the most complete, and it's a big project, so it shows a lot of needs. So we wanted to use that to kind of show off our abilities on what we can develop. So similarly, regarding to our document, since it's an American document, some of the financial numbers are actually American specific as well to Washington DC. Similarly, is how it would work if, let's say, you put one for Selangor, because we use 2 test cases. One for Langkawi program and one more in Washington DC one. So the Langkawi one is it looks a bit underwhelming because it's simple, but so we took the Washington DC one because it looks more. Yeah.
So in that case, has actually a large performance difference, right?
I wouldn't say a performance difference. I would say it answers based on needs of the document, because different documents, different tenders have different needs.
Maybe after this, just one more question and then we'll move on.
Sorry. Yeah, different documents have different needs. So again, we don't want to do too much. We want to just make sure that we allow our clients to meet the requirements. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
What is the domain experts, like who is the expert in messages? How accuracy how did you measure the accuracy of your experts?
Okay, so actually there is no real construction domain expert within our team. We kind of picked this project up as a passion project because we wanted to learn more about the construction industry. It was quite intriguing to us. But regarding how we measure our validity, as of now we kind of rely on the statistics and also our prompt that we ask for proper statistics, proper citations. When you find something, you dig something that's actually proper rather than just putting out numbers on thin air. But actually, part of our upgrades in the future is actually to add a feature kind of similar to ChatGPT, where once in a while when you type in a question, it gives you a prompt, it gives you 2. Do you prefer the one on the left or do you prefer the one on the right? So this is something that we want to implement in the future to kind of be able to narrow down our prompt answering style. So far that is our approach as of now. Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, Reaper. So your time is up, but thank you so much for your amazing presentation. And now we will invite the next team, Team AMU, a hybrid team consisting of students from 2 universities, MMU and APU, to give their presentation.
very good morning to everyone here, to the judges. We are Team AMU. My name is Anish, I'm the team leader. And go straight to what we did. So that's our team, standing of myself, Anish, Chong Chun Kit, Xiao Chan Xiaowen, and Yun Ma. Okay, so in our solution, what we wanted to do is basically address the household. Usually people, most of the teams go for like corporate or SMEs, so we tried to go for the household. So one thing we noticed while doing research was that there's actually a lot of food waste that happens in the household level, especially when a lot of households actually don't realize that a lot of food is wasted due to not keeping up with expiry dates. So in that, we are trying to align with SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. We have found that almost like 17,000 tons of food daily is being wasted in the nations. So as we said, we are trying to target urban households and students. So our problem statement is, one, we have poor inventory tracking. Malaysians often lose track of what's in their fridge or pantry and leads to unnoticed spoilage. Second is poor planning and overbuying. So impulse buying habits and also the over purchasing leads to overloaded storage and forgotten items, as well as financial loss. So food waste actually costs households around 200 ringgit a month. So over time, that's a lot of money actually. Alright, so this is our solution basically. We came up with zero waste shell. The first thing is basically a smart inventory management. So we can scan or input food item, easily track inventory with color-coded warnings for expiring items. Second is we have an expiry tracking system, which automatically monitors expiration dates of all stored food items. Third, we have the AI-powered recipe suggestion. So it will suggest meals based on what will be expired soon to encourage the use of existing ingredients before they expire. And then finally, we have expiry-based notifications, which is to alert items that will be expiring soon. We use email for that. Alright, so now we will go into the live demo. For that, I will invite Chong Chun Kit.
Hello, good morning judges and everyone else. Okay, now I will do the live demo. There seems to be a problem. Okay, so this is our demonstration of our product. It's called Zero Waste Chef. Just a recap. Zero Waste Chef is a smartphone. Excuse me. It's a smartphone tracker to reduce waste and help consumers to reduce the waste. Okay. Here, there's a lot of tables here. So first off is the expired food and notification. Here, it will show a lot of items that's soon to be expired or already expired. So in the next slide, to the inventory. Here, it's a fun game. So let's start with the add new items. But first, my partner at back will delete all the items first. Now, he will start to add some items. So first we choose the category. Let's say for now, we choose the vegetables, for example. And the food will be maybe Spanish, Finnish. Maybe it will be like 5 to 10 or 10 or milligram. My bad. Maybe here is a small eater. And let's say it will be 5th May. Yeah, it will be tomorrow. Now it will be saved into the inventory. Now the item is already stored in the inventory. It's already shown here, and it is indicated by a yellow marker. It shows that it will be soon to expire. Now let's add some other items. For example, frozen food. Let's say maybe a frozen pizza, something like that. one quantity. And let's say it will expire on June 6th, something like that. And the item is saved. And give some time, it's already stored in the inventory. Now, let's say that there's a expired item. It will be already expired a month ago or something like that. Maybe some bread that was expired this day or bread. Yep, it's already expired a month ago, so it's on 4th of April. As you see here, it's still on the slide here, it's indicated by a red marker, it shows that it's already expired. So now, let's move on to, but before that, we go back to the home page to see that the inventory is already updated. Here, we show all the new items that we added just now, and we show here. Now, let's go back to the recipes. Over here, we implemented AI system using Gemini, where it will create recipes that is based on our inventory. Now, let's say that we will create some recipes. Excuse me. So, the items are to be generated here. It shows that it's a spinach and cheese crusted. I don't know how to pronounce the word, but it's already created here. And underneath it, it shows all the other stuff. But before that, you show the rating. The customer can choose a rating of it. Maybe he will choose it 2 stars for now. And you give a feedback. Thanks to the feedback, more cheese next time, perhaps. And after that, let's say you choose 5 stars. Okay, now moving on to the other part is the ingredients. We show the ingredients and instructions for how to produce this item. But you can also choose a different items that you like to do. Okay, and this is a different item. It's called a spinach salad and bacon and avocado. And let's say that they love the recipe so much that they will store it in the documents at the bottom there. They can store it in the documents. And over here, if they really want to view again, they can do it at they already saw the recipes already. Let's move back to our system. Now let's go back to the inventory and say that we want to delete all the items. We'll delete all first. Delete all the items. And it's already been deleted in the inventory. So now we'll go to the feedback, and over here customers can give a feedback of their how they rate the system of, and there's some input over here. And you can have a mobile application for our future implementation. And there's a help function to guide the customers if they need any assistance, if they do not understand how to run the system properly. And at the end of it, there's a Gmail to help them show if they have any other further questions. That's all for the demonstration.
Also want to add, we actually have a mobile version. We aren't able to show, but we show directly to the judges. Yeah, so we actually, it's the same platform. Yeah, and yeah, it's the same functionality, but adopted for mobile interface. Also, we have like image detection. So if say like the user wants to like you just take a picture and then show, then they're able to. If you have we can. We have small bug. But if it's slower than that, then it will take us some time to process, and then it will show the eventually. Still work in progress. Just a proof of concept. Yeah, so see it output. So the same would happen for quantity and date. Sorry? Yep, right. Yep, so we'll move back to the slides.
So I'm going to present a unique value proposition. So what makes our zero-waste chef different from the other food tracking system is because the first one, the zero-waste chef got the better accessibility. It's because we use the Google Sheet to store our inventory item. Okay, and then this means that both developer and also the users can open the Google Sheet to see their inventory item if they want to check. So this one is for easy accessible and also easy manage the data. And the second is the personalization. So AI basically will generate the recipe based on the user preference. Like for example, if they like the Chinese food, so the AI user will based on the data to generate the food, the Chinese food. So the third one is the image recognition. Instead of typing, the user actually can take a picture of the food item. So the information of the food item will be automatically logged into the input field, and after that being stored into the Google Sheet. And the last one is the email notification. So the system will automatically generate the alarm and notify the user if there is food is going to expire soon. This can help them to reduce food waste by give them a chance to cook the food that is going to expire. So next. So now let us dive into how the system architecture works behind the scenes. So the first of all is the Google Workspace, which is the Google Sheet and also Doc. So Google Workspace actually acts as a dynamic database for storing the data inventory, which is the food item image, and also can save the recipes. Okay. And then the second one is the Google App Script. So Google App Script actually powers the back-end logic. It basically functions as a generate alarm system to the users. So the third one is the Gemini AI. So we integrated with the Gemini AI to generate a recipe based on the user preference and also what ingredient they store in the kitchen. And also the last one is the web interface. We also got provide the design a very clear web interface to the user for them to easy manage.
Okay, moving on. Alright, so in the beginning, my friend has said that we actually target consumers and students. So we are more consumer based, so therefore our focus is also urban Malaysian households, students like us, and also other eco-conscious consumers. Can we continue or?
There might be a penalty for it, but
Okay.
you can try to wrap it up.
Okay, so in looking forward in the future, we want to focus more on business elements. So therefore, we are actually going to collect the data, and we are going to. Our aim is actually sell the data and make profit from that. So we also, through the ratings you have seen just now, we are actually passing the ratings back to Gemini, so that we can also improve Gemini's algorithm at the same place. So here are some other impacts, and also our future growth is definitely scalability, as our program is running on M-Strip. So therefore, it's going to be a bit hard to store all the data. All right, that's all from us, Team AMU. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and now we invite the judges to start their Q&A.
I guess it's the design is pretty cool. I like the UI. Whoever designed the UI. The functionality is kind of very like if I'm a student, I want to add some items. I will not go through everything, right? And the scanning as well is kind of hard to scan, okay? But the scan can get all the details for me. I don't need to print anything. That's for what I should do. The other thing, I feel that the presentation was good, but there's some, the problem is that is not aligned with the solution, kind of. But your target audience is very away. You target these students that should be able to do, but probably working well.
Just making sure it's not getting hot or anything.
Is
it hot?
First of all, the sheet that we are using is not actually feature that for customer. As a customer or as a student, I know what to make a sheet. But the sheet is very good to use if you want to save some money. But once this is growing, this kind of the hassle to use. Then the other thing is when you delete something, it's kind of you go manually and delete it, right? But instead, I can get the mail, I can check, okay, I did that mail. All the things, the ingredient that participated that mail should be kind of removed. Yeah, that's my feedback.
Thank you.
Okay. There's actually a few comments. Like, first of all, in terms of the input mechanism, is actually very manual intensive. Like, I do not want to fill out form of everything I buy one by one. And to make it worse, I think the item itself should actually already be enough. I do not require a category, for example. So, if actually access as something like that, if actually access into the camera, like what I want if I was to scan it, it will automatically pull out what's the item, what is the weight capacity of the item, right? And also the expiry date, so I do not want to fill it out one by one manually. And from the use case of the AI, the only thing I see is the recipe alone, right? So my question is, for your recipe, right, are you looking at every item in your inventory, or is the AI trying to align the items which are expiring soon and not use items which are expiring in the future?
It focuses more on the items that are expiring soon first, and then proceeds to see all the other items that are in inventory.
So is it the form, like, is it actually have on the physical?
Can you rephrase?
If we focus on the items which are expiring soon, is it inside or have you already implemented it?
Yeah, it was inside. It was inside actually. Yes.
So for example, if I have an item which is expire tomorrow versus an item which is expiring yeah, okay.
It does prioritize the items that are expiring first before the rest.
Okay, I think that's all because in interest of time, I think you first.
Thank you. I think this is a very good example, but then I also see a lot of room for improvement, like already mentioned. The Google Sheet is a very good idea for a small project and all. I would suggest directly go for Firebase. Maybe you can check on them how to do it and all. They will be directly scale up your project already. That's one. For the showcase and for others also, right? Focus on the one, because time is limited. Things that is the more giving you more strongest point. Instead of like the manual, you're taking a long time for the manual key, but it's not impressive. Already scanning and all will be directly much more intuitive and all. So look into a smooth process, right? And all those things, even a lot of questions, it's not, I would say the idea is good, but I would say the completeness is not there. Like after I have the menu and all, can he auto detect, or if I cook a meal, I snap up my photo, can it detect what ingredients already used and then auto detect from the inventory? Otherwise, it's like, again, still very manual. I need to say, oh, this is being used, this is not, right? So that will complete the whole cycle, and then can see like really helping on the reducing the waste and all that. So that will be something can try on. Yeah, that will be the few things. But then all in all, maybe I will just throw you a very quick example is take a look on maybe upload for a video and all. Directly scan your refrigerator instead of just using one item and all, right? I don't want to use my one item by buy extra 10 items. It's not reducing the waste, right? I just want to use whatever is in my refrigerator, right? So then it will help you to making it a stronger solution in that point. But the idea is good, but completeness is not there. It's still improve that. I think still can skip this project. Also for the first project, don't feel bad if I give you a lot of comments. Still all good, just that the room of improvement. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
The project has a lot of potential actually. Like some of the companies has implemented it and integrated it into the fridge. You can also think about calculating the calories of the food and if the person wants to do diet and stuff. So functionality-wise, there is a lot of growth. So you might proceed do not stop. It's a great idea.
All right, thank you so much for the feedback.
All right, thank you to all the teams for their amazing pitches. It's time to take a well-deserved break and refuel for the rest of the day. The lunch break will be available from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. and I kindly invite all the judges, finalists, and also committee members to join me at the cafeteria for our lunch. We will resume the event shortly after. Also, for all the finalists, please do visit our CIMB career booth to find out more about your career opportunities as well as to get some news. Thank you.
You got your phone? Oh, you're careful, there's coffee in there. My spill. There's like coffee in there.
important actually. Rather than and I had no pressure, man. Also, bro, I think I was debugging the sound. At the end of still editing the time, one more side, not me. Yeah. Okay, you go to
Huh? I got this.
Nah, it's fine. Like, you guys want this? So you. Bro, you want to know something? You actually should talk to the top secretaries, you know? But my boss never said I had no time. Bro, but you didn't have time.
I should have brought a quote if I knew it was going to be this serious. It's cold.
At least this hall is better than it.
You get some?
Yeah, I'm not recording the Oh yeah, deadline is this week, so this week. How was the tomorrow time? Yeah, my one was today.
Mine is like in a couple weeks because my presentation is like this coming week. Coming Friday. I'm not going. Because I'm taking care of video and editing, so I don't need to show up. So I
an individual presentation.
No, dude. Our actual speaker is only coming in this Friday.
No, I mean are you talking about the previous presentation or ECBA? Okay, nice. ECB lah. And that one I should try lah.
I should record my ECB as well.
Bro, fuck today, just do as planned as possible. Just when is your let's keep our stuff first lah. You went long sleep. I went short sleep. Genius.
Bro, I'm wearing Demoday also, it's cold.
You're Chinese.
Fuck you me!
Bro, that's easy.
You're hairless. So like...
Bro,
hairless? Let me show you?
No balls.
Bro, hey, this guy are very unedited guy.
I know. I met him before. The man.
I am very different with people I know and people I don't know.
Yo, bringing you to family gathering is like putting our lives on this, you know?
No, I am not going to speak to anyone.
Anyways, there's a Russian with that. I go to speak.
No, in the PG later event you make it target. That's how I just yeah, I mean, all the teams so far. Oh, that's your PG song?
Yeah, AMU.
You said I'll bring a PG into an R, right? Yeah.
No. There's a movie rating system, PGs for R-rated bodyguards, right? So what I'm trying to say is, keep the PG family gathering, right? You keep R-rated. Yeah lah, like that, just like
Oh.
See this guy?
Oh.
What's up, bro?
He's having yeah, it's one. So one you're telling one filler. Yeah, 1
What? Oh, you mean the first group was one filler?
Oh, he was presenting alone, but he was at 2.
But the friend didn't present. I was like, where are the other friends?
Talking alone only.
I was like, wow, one man show.
But I feel you know what the was saying, what? Solo duo.
I think one guy is like, okay, I do the talking, you do the code,
Boy, we went to hell.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I live near here.
We are not Kitahack. You think you would come to present yesterday? Yeah.
You would go and do it.
Yeah, we would have flipped out as well.
Look at you guys.
If we were actually presenting, we would actually have to trip out.
Unfortunately,
unfortunately, I didn't make the deadline for Kitahack. I'll do it next time. I'll do it next time. Me, Srini. You like that? I'm pretty sure Logan's gonna take you guys.
I mean, depends. I mean, are we explaining mine? I might go. I might go.
Son of a gun. Bro, it's very
all of
tiring.
them.
Too busy. mean, at least you participated in something lah. I already participated with him before lah, so thank you lah. The sustainability.
Oh, yeah.
Even if,
I was there.
bro, actually, you know, I'll be honest, that one was more as compared to this.
That was only me and you.
Yeah, all our team is saying all the other.
Oh yeah, you were in the group. Yeah, you were missing. You were.
Man, my first time
teaching
as
bro. It's a learning process.
it's not a learning process, bro. I got the yap in me. I got the.
You got the yap with friends, not yap with
No.
instructions.
I got in me.
But then one guy,
makan nak, makan.
Yo, you should have seen me there. I was super nervous.
Is that mine?
No, to be honest. You didn't even take. I didn't take.
Okay, I was like,
She talked better than me.
both of you.
I turned to record by the way. How long is it going?
Hell no.
20 plus lah.
Hell no. Do something to relevant. Delete that shit.
brother, please if not, I'm gonna jump from maybe you
The whole day. How long? 20 minutes, 20
Before, I've been standing there looking at like, I'm asleep. I feel like
The first group was so
I feel out.
Oh, she's saying no.
But the one I feel also really chop chop.
It's whole.
It's fine.
The first group was
Every.
I was like, you know what? He will get better.
No. Hey, actually, there's 200 days. You guys talk there and you really big deals.
Right.
Here's a big deal. I just go to page for experience, for connections. I'm going to go to Suzanne now.
I used not to win also.
So for me,
top 10. Yeah. That's why they're gonna be top 10. No bias.
I just came there.
I like the first group project.
No bias.
I like it.
Yeah, the voice recognition one.
Okay, makan.
Just leave here.
Danesh, leave your bag here, bro. Danesh, bag sini bang. Kita makan dulu bang.
You fell down. Fuck.
Genius. Let's go guys.
I don't understand Malay, bro.
Oh, you also?
Huh?
You also?
No. What the fuck?
I'm not alone. Let's go. I also don't understand.
of impactful projects.
Of course we have bosses and projects. We internet CIP, of course we get to go makan-makan with people. We internet CIP, of course we learn a ton from my experience.
We internet CIP, of course we have support in MP3.
We internet CIP, of course we get to industry tips to find.
We internet CIP, of course we never forget to have fun. Apply now to #CIP.
Hi everyone, I'm Vinita and I am the complete banker sustainability for CIMB. After I came back from the UK with a master's in environmental bioscience, I decided to look for job opportunities locally. And the first company that came to mind when I thought of sustainability was CIMB. Prior to that, I was in contact with the leadership sustainability officer, Lorenza, and she mentioned to me that there was a new program called the Complete Banker Sustainability. Thus I applied for it and I'm here. Throughout the program, I was not promoted in many departments, some in governance, risk, commercial banking, some etc. And I was part of the impactful projects. Also, this program has helped me understand a lot about advice from a sustainability lens.
Hi, my name is Gun. I'm the complete banker from batch 57. Before the CIP team came to the UK, I actually saw this promotion ad for one of the WhatsApp group. I signed up for it and I got my interviews in here in my lab. I'm currently rotating at local finance department. So what I basically do there is to help our clients to solve their financial problems and also help to go through the deals. And I have been rotating around different kind of divisions within the bank, for example, to compliance and also the personal banking. I'm really looking forward to my next rotation, which most likely to be the ASEAN rotation. Just to meet them, and it was a very nice experience. And I got to know exactly CIMB and how the culture and career progressions through this session. So I think it's a very nice one, and you guys should go also.
Hi, I'm Chloe, the graduate recruiter for Team CIP. Chloe, what excites you the most about your financial career fair in the UK?
We
we learn a ton from our experienced colleagues.
We Internet CIB, of course we have support from community data.
We Internet CIB, of course we have got industry leaders.
We Internet CIB, of course we never forget to have fun. Apply now to get the hashtag CIB.
Check out the link below.
This is vibrant energy. It just makes work way more interesting and enjoyable. Every line of code, every project that we take on makes a real impact on people's lives.
I love that we are always evolving. We're always implementing new technologies. So there's so much to learn to take our skills to the next level.
Our work is never done, but we take it one step at a time. I'm really glad that we get to do work together.
Hi everyone, I'm Vinita and I'm a complete banker sustainability for CIMB. After I came back to the UK to do my master's in environmental bioscience, I decided to look for job opportunities locally. And the first company that came to mind when I thought of sustainability was CIMB. Prior to that, I was in contact with the Chief Sustainability Officer, Director, and she mentioned to me that there's a new program called the Complete Banker Sustainability. That I applied for it and I'm here. Before the program, I was not to work in many departments, some being governance, risk, commercial banking, Islamic, etc. And I was part of a lot of impactful projects. Also, this program has helped me understand a lot about advice from sustainability lens.
Hi, my name is Gan. I'm the complete banker from batch 7. Before the CIB team came to the UK, I actually saw this promotional ad from one of the WhatsApp group. I signed up for it and I got my interviews and here in my rank. I'm currently rotating at corporate finance department. So what I basically do there is to help our clients solve their financial problems and also help to go through the deals. And I have been rotating around different kind of divisions within the bank, for example, through compliance and also the personal banking. I'm really looking forward to my next rotation, which most likely to be the ASEAN rotation.
This is the actual next one is a after is scan. Tapi sebab aku tak pakai tu, kau tu pakai gambar tapi dia pakai scan. Yeah, parallel.
Critical thinking to
They want us anyway. They want.
Mic test, mic test.
Alright, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a great lunch, and we're now ready to continue with the next pitching session, where over the next 1 hour and 20 minutes, we'll be hearing from the next 4 teams. So let's keep the energy high and continue to cheer on these incredible teams. So now we have team Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. The stage is yours.
Very good afternoon to all.
I believe that everyone sitting here today will eventually go to the job scene one day, and we have to go through a lot of interviews, and we have to go through a lot of hiring processes. And would you ever think that the interview process you have gone through is fair and transparent enough to everyone? I have a mentorship session with one of the MNC regional head of the talent acquisition yesterday, and they told me that every day they have to go through thousands or even hundreds or thousands and even more when there's a job festival, and this is just a single digit for one job posting. They have to hire a large team of human resource in order for them to review the resumes one by one. Every of the human resource members come from different backgrounds, different races, and also different gender, causing there might be unintended bias introduced during the hiring process. So why not, if you imagine, if you are the recruiter, you have to read through 300, 400, or even more resumes daily, would you still be able to ensure there's 0% of oversights throughout the process? So why not we have an efficient and also unbiased hiring platforms that help us in this? Introducing Ecolens.
Okay, so after listening to all that, isn't recruiting just so tedious? Adding insult to the injury, all of the processes that are done during the recruiting process right now is all manual all manual, and this will eventually increase the manpower, time, and also cost. And this is very, very undesirable, especially if you are a startup or an SME. So human errors will surely occur when there are thousands of applications that keep flowing in. And with efficiency concerns, our solution, Ecolens, will be able to solve the SDG goal 8, good jobs and economic growth, by supporting the startups with the low cost and also high availability of the recruitment tools. And next, bias. So what is bias? Despite all of us right here being humans, we're all set apart by our appearances and our background. And it's only human instinct that we focus on what is different between each and every one of us. And that's what essentially causes biasness. And hiring in history have shown that male will be more focused in hiring, and also with Malaysia's cultural diversity, Chinese applicants will be more favored to be employed compared to Malay and Indians. So by tackling SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 8, and also SDG 10, SDG 5, SDG 8, and SDG 10, Ecolens will be able to remove any kind of personal information screening and focuses solely on anonymized merit-based score candidate ranking. And this, based on these two major concerns right now, which is currently running rampant, many companies are already scouring for solutions to alleviate this problem, and our solution provides that. So let us show you our demo right now.
Right now, we'll begin with our project demo. Recruiters simply click on New Job and add the job title. An AI integrated feature helps HR to generate a job details suggestion, and HR and recruiters are able to generate job suggestion, and this helps to save their time. Yep. Okay, basically, after that, HR will need to fill in all the required departments and CGPA and also the required skills. Yeah, so let me go back to this. Basically, recruiters can generate suggestions which helps to save their time. And yeah, so a suggestion description will be generated and they can click apply description or apply both. Another feature that our job creation has is it has the AI bias checking. For instance, when I type only male, it will help to check whether is there any bias inside. Yeah, so bias is detected. Only male is actually discriminatory. Okay, so you just delete it and proceed to the next. The next session is to upload the resume. So Equalance support 3 types of format: PDF, doc, and docs. So simply click on the resume and just open and upload it. And after uploading, it will show details of the job, and you can edit the job after that. And scrolling down, all the candidate details will be screened and shown right here. And we remove all the sensitive and biased content like names, gender, and races. So Equalance provide rank applicants with AI, where you can rank the candidates with 3 of the requirements. And when you rank, okay, once the rank is successful, it will show a beautiful leaderboard. And when clicking on a candidate profile, it will generate insights and also some job description, where you can see the radar chart and some of the skills, and with the explanation and scores will be displayed just right here. And there's also a structured way to display the skills, education, and experience. And there's a star label right here, right? Basically, this shows that these skills is quite relevant to the job. And you can export the scores as well. Another feature is recruiters able to export candidate list in a single job. When I click on it, you can export the candidate's data in CSV or PDF. So when exporting, instantly it will show a report showing all the comparisons of the scores and all the skills. Alright, so basically the next session is interview questions. So when I click on it, recruiters can set interview questions for the specific candidate. So when clicking on a specific candidate, recruiters can click on AI generate sections to generate specialized questions for this session. Why we need interview question? Because we have anonymized automated video interview system where candidates can complete their interview at their own pace and time. Yeah, so these generate interview questions will read through the resumes and the job details and suggest all the interview questions based on the resumes. So when you click on it, it will show some of the projects, and then you may modify it or add any custom or even try out the AI generate questions. So once it's successful, kindly save the questions to save everything. And yeah, basically it will take time to save it, and once the interview question saved successful, the recruiters can click accept or reject button. Basically, this one will be sending the interview invitation link to the specific candidate. So when I click confirm, yeah, it will send the interview link to that specific candidate.
So after scheduling and creating the interview questions, you can check, this is as the perspective for the candidates. So they will receive an interview link, and this link will be valid for only 3 days. They can do it whenever they're free. So they can click and start their interviews. So the interviews will start with technical testing. So we'll check on their technical camera access, microphone, and server access. Then they proceed with ID verifications. They verify their faces, and they use like these. Then they will check either both faces matches and the name on the card is exactly the same as the applicant stored in the database. So once verified successful, they will be redirected to the page where they have to start the interviews. So when the interview starts, they have 20 seconds of reading time for every questions. So when the questions timer of the 20 seconds ended, they have to start answering the questions, and based on the questions itself, and the question have to be answering in one shot, means they have to answer the first until the last question without stopping. So let's wait for the reading timer to end, and then you can see the page. If you feel like you have finished answering this question, you can just end the recording early, or you wait the remaining timing to finish, and they will also upload it accordingly. So if I end it, if you feel like you have finished answering this question, if I quit the interview link, then the interview link will be abandoned. The candidate won't be able to access the interview link back again.
Okay, so after completing the interview, right, we have the interview response page. So for example, this one, they will evaluate the performance of the specific candidate based on 6 major criteria, which is the relevance to the question, the clarity, the confidence, the engagement, the content, substance, and also the job fit. So based on these specific criteria, it will be able to score the applicants more comprehensively, purely based on metrics. And in the top right here, we can see this applicant scored 63.5%, which is in a grade C. And then for each specific question, they will have each section and also the word syncing transcript. So for example, if I play this audio playback.
Hello, my name is Lim Hong Liu and I'm currently...
Okay, so as you can see, it tracks the words, and also this audio has been modified to prevent the recruiter from identifying the gender of the speaker in order to emphasize the gender equality. And also, we have, for each question, we have the summary of the facial expressions because we captured the video, the transcript, and also the 6 criteria explanations using explainable AI to increase the transparency for the scoring process. And at the bottom here, the recruiters can choose 3 specific options for sending an email. And the first one being scheduling a physical interview where the recruiter can input the specifics if they feel like this candidate is okay, but they need another second physical interview. So for example, it is this email right here. So you send the specifics, and the second one is to reject if you feel like this candidate is just not good enough. And the third one is to directly accept without continuing with a second physical interview for their job position. So this will basically conclude our demo, and let's move on to our tech stack.
So here we continue our tech stack today. So the tech stack for the front end itself, we uses React as the framework itself, and the back end we use Fast API with Python. So basically the Fast API will communicate with all the Google technologies here behind. And then the Fast API firstly communicate with the document AI, which we use the most advanced model of the OCR to extract the data from the resumes. After that, we have the Firebase Cloud Storage and Firebase Firestore to help us store the informations. Then we have our Google Cloud Vision API to help us in the facial recognitions, and the MediaPipe in the facial expression recognitions, and then Speech to Text API transcribe audio into text for the recruiter to read on it, and then the Natural Language API in providing the analysis of the sentiments and also providing the scoring just now. And the Gemini is integrated end-to-end powering function like generating interview questions and also checking for the bias. These sum up our technical architectures.
Okay, about the user iteration and testing. So after we completed our equivalence, we actually deployed it and sent it to companies so that they can give us their valuable feedback to us. So we actually contacted this company, and this company is willing to give us their opinion. So we actually have a session with Micron and Breaktone to listen the feedback from them. And actually, from Micron, we actually solved the biggest problem of them right now, which is reviewing thousands of resumes manually. As now, AI can replace with human power can be replaced with AI. So all of the things will the AI can run 24/7. So this is actually cutting the cost and human manpower. And regarding Redtone, they told us that Equalance had a strong potential as a recruitment tool, as it promoting diversity and reducing bias in our recruitment system using anonymity and merit-based assessment. So actually this is all of the feedback that they give us, and some of them we already implemented it, and some of them we are going to implement it in the future. So regarding to the effectiveness of the solution, okay, so we can see this is our key feature. Okay, at least 7.5% of our testers report that Equalance actually speed up and smoothen the process of interview, as during back in the 10 years, they need to stay one HR need to stay for thousands of interview sessions, which is lengthy and boring, just to hire candidate for just a single job position. But right now, just with a single click, they can actually run through the thing and filter out the candidate which are actually good enough to have the interview session which is shown just now. Okay, next, 75% of our testers believe that Equalance reduces bias in recruiting. Okay, as we are human, we are objective, and sometimes we will have stereotypes, like maybe some of the people will think that women are not suitable in the technology field, but then nowadays we see that inside this room there are so many women that are talented and technology techie, yeah, right? So this actually, Equalance actually reduces bias in recruiting, as we
focus on the merit base only and we not on the gender, races, or anything else. Okay, so for our future development, we hope that in the 1 month time, we can integrate and aggregate online recruiting platform such as JobStreet and LinkedIn into our system, because we receive feedback that actually downloading all the resume from different platforms is very tedious. Okay, so this will be our future development. And this is the QR code for our Equalance, so feel free to scan the QR code and try out our system. But this is the very first version of our system, so it might be, some of the features might not be up to date. And we encourage you to try it on your phone, on your desktop or laptop, because this suits better in laptop and desktop. Yeah, so that's all for our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, team. So judges, if you are ready, please start your Q&A session.
Okay, first of all, amazing presentation, smooth, cover everything well, and yes, it is actually which challenge is a lot of demand. That's actually good question, right? First question is, you actually mentioned about eliminating bias and so on, right? And then there's another part I saw where you will actually process all of your resume and actually produce a score, right? Now, number one, right? How are the score calculated? Is it through a set of examples? In other words, there are a form of skill shortening, multi-shortening or whatever, or is it a separate model? Because by default, an AI model is biased by default, because your training data set is biased and you eliminate some of the unthinking bias is still biased. Yeah.
Okay, basically I'm using a document AI and I train using 300 resumes and I put on it and then I label it and I set the field for it that includes the experience and also the certifications. And after training on it, I try out the testing and we get an F1 score of 0.74. Yeah.
Yeah, so for the scoring side, the scoring basically you're using the NLP, the Natural Language API from Google, to have the sentiment analysis. And also for every single questions, at the bottom we have a part for we will display all the technical terms for the calculations and we will show the normalized value so that it's more transparent and more understandable for the HR team.
Okay, nice. So has already answered my question. Does anyone have any other questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Very well and smooth organized. A few things here, maybe more towards the improvement, I would say. I'm putting some notes, could be jumping around here. So first thing is that, sorry, maybe can one show me back the slide on the audio part. The first thing is that maybe you want to consider not just the resume, but also into the culture. Because like, let's say, I'm not looking for Google, but like Google have this googly culture. So maybe CIB have their own culture, so they are looking for certain characteristic and what's not. So it can be also applied into this. So they want to like the same personality or mindset people to you more easily adapt to the company later. So that one is could be something to look into. This one, why is this Lim Hong Yu is not anonymized or is do I see it differently? Or is it a bug or something?
Actually, for this part, we implement something like bias tracking because we can't really control what the candidate says throughout the processes. So for now on, we implement something like we will check on the responses of the interview, but then if like got certain keywords that shows sensitive information, we try to mark it up. But for now on, they got a small bug here where they didn't mark it up.
Just want to see if I understand.
Yeah.
A small thing lah. So there's one, and then second one is on the question. Is you look from the resume and then you create the question and all right. It's good, but then I would say missing a few things here because like especially not to say other posts and all. They say like for computer science and all this IT, right? A few things we are testing during the interview will be the technical questions, not just based on your resume. All this, I'm not sure if it's, maybe you can add on one part on these technical questions, right, to test it out. Secondly is also the interactivity. I know that you can, from the video you record, you could ask questions and all, right. It's a different feeling when you do like Q&A kind of things. Like, it's not just now, it's just very one way. Like, you ask me question, I answer, but like, I cannot ask you question, right?
Yeah, so we currently going on with this, but actually we are planning to implementing AR, which can actually interview face to face, but then will replace by something like
that.
Yeah. So we are currently going on to this, but due to time constraint and the computational power need to be very high.
Can put that at the roadmap there, at least you.
Yeah, we put it already, but not. We don't have enough time. Yeah.
So these are a few things, and then on the testing part, I know that it's very technical on all this scoring and all, but since you are engaging with third party external one, right? Very, very strong point here. But what is missing here is that you need to, in terms of testing, right? If you can match back your data, what is proposing, is it the one that they are hiring or not? To test like how accurate your model is giving this recommendation, so to say. Then they will be giving a good, more solid on the this kind of testing. The different way of testing, not just the score, you know. So, and then on the business model part, to scale out and all, right, this one is, maybe people want to kick into this one and all, right. When you say you need to engage with JobStreet and what's not, right, maybe they have their own system already. Maybe you can change it to like a webhook service, like you can easily integrate as a service to different system. That will be easily to scale up your production. This is maybe I have more, but
just to think on that. Okay, so okay, so the validation part after the user screening and then the recruiter will come, that validation was done manually, right? So the recruiter need to go through all the things and check which one will be physical interview. So imagine now in the AI era, right? Everybody has a job description. I can go to the AI, create a CV for me, and then you will create a CV, upload to your system, and your system scored all the people high score. Then your problem statement now is reducing time, right? But now you adding more complicated to the screening process. That instead of I want to review this CV, I want to review all this bunch of screening that come to me, right? So the feedback here is, if think about it, not all the things that in the CV are correct, right? Yeah. So that screening part is very cool, but think about automating it. AI can do validation of the CV and the answer that has been recorded in the screening, right? And then he can filter more who is eligible for the physical interview. That could be improve your system. The other thing is, I see here like the kind of platform as a service for the company. But what about also the person like me or other people like register to your system, and then instead of you are looking for CV and the people upload the CV to you, you just, I want to go to your system and I post my job description, and inside all of your system or all of your databases, I can get all the persons that relevant to that and do the screening for them. You just complete the cycle and automate as much as you can. Yeah, also you could consider logging with LinkedIn and other job.
It's a bit too heavy, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Think about the future. I'm giving you feedback.
Yeah, okay, alright, no
Yeah.
problem.
I guess that's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Alright, thank you Team Control C, Control V for their amazing presentation. Although I'm not sure everyone will agree, the next team is called Hokkien Mee is Red. So let's see how convincing they really are.
Hello and good afternoon to our panel of judges and our fellow audience here. We are Team Hokkien Israel, and today we are going to present our project, Medimate, your AI-powered health convenience. The SDG goal that we are aligning with is SDG 3, good health and well-being, with a target of 3.8, achieving universal health coverage for you and I. You see, AI is like the cure for cancer. I heard about it since 5 years ago, but until now, I don't see any real impact and cancer is still uncurable. The real question is, how can we incorporate AI into our existing healthcare system? Meet our protagonist today, John. You see, John has 3 problems. Firstly, he has too many pills to manage. Each pill or medication have different specifications like how much to take, when to take it with food or not, etc. In fact, research shows that almost 1 in every 2 patients do not take their prescription as prescribed. Secondly, John has diabetic concerns. He wants to eat that sandwich, but he can't as he had hit his carb limit for the day as he has a diabetic patient. In 2021, Malaysia has a 19% diabetes prevalence rate. And in 2031, 5 or 6 years from now, it is expected to reach a whopping 31%, effectively placing Malaysia #1 in Asia's diabetes ranking. This is not a good sign, and thirdly, there's a communication gap in healthcare whereby the patient and doctor consultation isn't really effective. So let's take a look at what our solution Medimate can offer for us.
Alright, so first of all, let's go to and sign up with our Medimate. So for example, wait, let me check it with my Google authentication. Okay. Okay, so I'll use the account. Okay, once you sign up, then it will prompt me to input the basic information such as my age, my weight, my genders. Okay. Okay. So let's say my allergies is peanuts, and then I have a diabetes. Okay. All right. So this is our home page. And this is the purification part
where we just now talking about, where we earn the good point by taking good care of our health, and then we beat our Medi, which is our virtual pet, and to keep our virtual pet healthy, thus adding the gamification feature in our app. Next, we also have the stats points that tracking our heart rate, blood pressure, speeds with a graph. So this is our first demo.
Yeah, returning back to our presentation slides, this is the two features demoed just now. And moving on is our first AI feature. You see, Medimate has some AI features in it. The first is a healthcare chatbot powered by Gemini. You can imagine having a 24/7 health expert that you can ask anything. And there is also a user knowledge base in the back end to provide user context and personalization that will keep update as you sign up just now and also when you keep asking it more questions. Let's take a look at the demo.
Okay, so let's say I click this chatbot. Okay, so I will. This is a disclaimer. Okay, I will test that. What is my carbs limit? That foods you recommend. Right. So let's see how the AI responds. Okay, it takes some time. Okay, so it's actually based on the user knowledge base where I sign up just now. It actually knows that I have a diabetes and my allergy is peanuts. So that's why it's output according to my personalizations such as the diabetes and the food allergies.
Yep, you can scroll up a bit and with this loading. But as you can see from the very first start, the AI will notice that our user have a diabetic and also has a peanut allergy, which is what you sign up just now. And as you continue to chat with the chatbot, we'll update the user knowledge base behind the scene and to give you a more personalized experience. Next, returning back to the slides, and it's almost lunchtime now and I haven't had any food yet. Let's say I want to eat a sandwich. You see, for most of us regular people, that was just a regular meal, nothing special. But for diabetic patient, each meal, especially the sandwich just now, which is high in carb, wait, let me swallow my food. They have to test their blood glucose level up to 5 times per day. The traditional method right now is to prick your finger and test the blood glucose. You can imagine 5 times per day forever. That's very excruciating. But what if you can change that? Let's take a look at our voice glucose checker.
Alright, so let's test our glucose level. So this is a voice glucose test and it has a passage that every patient has to read about so that we standardize among all the patients. So for example, I read a few passages first. When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act like a prism and form a rainbow, blah blah blah. Okay. Right, so it's actually shows that I have a higher glucose levels. Okay, so there's a disclaimer still that this is actually implemented from the papers.
Going back to the slide, and that was the health blood glucose checker. And you see, let's have a demo consultation. You see, Daniel just now had that sandwich secretly behind the scene, and now his blood glucose level is off the charts. Let's demo how doctor-patient consultation would look like.
Okay, so doctor, I think I ate a lot of sugar already. I ate too much sugar.
Bro, I think you have to potong your kaki, bro. Okay, that was an over-exaggeration, but in reality, you see, some patients feel or have some difficulties in communicating their risk or their hidden symptoms to the doctors properly. And for the doctors, they might have overlooked some diagnoses or have some better alternative treatment that they did not discover at the time of consultation. But let's take a look at how AI transcriber can help alleviate this issue. Going back to the demo.
Okay, let's say I click the transcribe AI. Let's start the recording. Hey, doctor, I have a back pain and it's come and goes these 2 days.
I think it's probably something muscular. You might have pulled your muscle or something. Just try to take some ibuprofen and you'll see. And the transcription can take a while, but you can imagine a long conversation between patient and doctor. This is actually what I observed when I was in the hospital and admitted in the hospital. And I see a patient and doctor talking for longer than an hour. And the thing is, with AI, we can help summarize what the patient told just now and what the doctor recommended just now. And the best thing is that the AI will give recommendation, such as in this case, I'm a bad doctor and I gave a wrong recommendation. And the AI will actually recommend that it is important to rule out other possibilities, especially other organ pains, and also depending on your findings, and imaging also might be necessary instead of just dismissing the patient and give some ibuprofen to alleviate the back pain, as it could suggest a more serious underlying issue. Moving back to the slides, and you see after the doctor consultation, then John has taken some medication, and John has a lot of medications to register. Let's take a look at how John can register his medications and track his medications using Medimate.
So back to demo, let's add my medications. So let's say I have a medication here, and I don't need to type any things. I just need to scan the labels here. Okay, so it's okay. So this is actually we are using OCR, and as you can see that it can actually extract the medication name, the description, how many dosage, and it actually understands Malay as well, like Obat Kali Sehari, and the time, start date not specified, and the instructions. So you can actually save the money, save it. So you can see that our estimated money expenses is 112, and actually you can ask the money cost. Let's say it costs 10 ringgits. So you can see it actually add to our expenses. So not only we can track the medication, we can track our expenses for this month as well.
Yeah, with our app, you also can budget yourself in terms of your expenses in medication. And moving back to the slides, this is actually our future improvement feature, and we will talk about it later, but it helps with our partnership and our business model later on. Basically, Med8 is where you can compare med price with your nearest pharmacies like Guardian, Pharma Niaga, and so on. And it can also directly connect patients with financial agencies that provide help with your medication fees. Yep. Okay, let's take a look at the tech stack and how we build Medimate. The front end is React Native, and the database that stores the medication data and user data is Firebase. And for our back end, the Passamouth, TensorFlow, and Scikit-learn is the ML model for the blood glucose checker, and Python and Fast API for our primary back end. And our AI feature is mostly powered by Gemini 2.0 Flash, and Assembly AI is for the transcription service. And due to limited time, we couldn't test our products fully, but we did get some feedback. For example, our first feedback from the preliminary round was that the chatbot was too generic, so we added user knowledge base into our AI chatbot. And the second is also our future improvement that we plan to do after this, which is to have a central AI agent that have access to all of our AI features in order to give a proactive recommendation. And this is a system architecture that we plan to incorporate the agentic AI recommendation as future improvement just now. And you can see all the AI features will actually go back to a database, and our Gemini AI chatbot, agentic AI in this case, will keep updating the user knowledge base as user use our features. Next, let's talk about business model. Our first revenue stream would be ad revenue. But with just 10 ringgit per month, our user can get access to premium features like advanced AI health analytics, longer usage for our AI features, and most importantly, no ads. Second revenue stream would be collab with pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer Malaysia or Pharma Niaga. You see, our Med8 just now will recommend medication from the pharmacies, right? And this will give both win-win situation where we will recommend their medication and their latest promotion on our app. And third revenue stream would be from partnership with health agencies. Remember how we collect health data? We could anonymize the health data in order to give as training data for health agencies, and also partner with existing companies like our health agent, KMN, or also Peka B40, which is an initiative to give financial aid to those in need for medication. our target market would firstly be elderly population that is managing health challenges as they are more prone to sickness and hence take more medications. But also, do you know that our young people are more health conscious these days? For example, up to 70% of young adults above 18 actually take supplements. And this is also one of our target market. So what would our projected growth looks like? With a conservative assumption, such as only 1% of total users paying premium, you can actually see some positive growth, even though it was a humble beginning from at the start, you actually see some positive growth at the end of year 4. And look at what market size and the position that Medimate is positioned at. Malaysia in 2024 has a market size of $587 million US. And the next 3 to 4 years, it will actually grow with a CAGR of 9.3%. And looking at the global market, the CAGR is 11.8%, even better with a current valuation of 40.65 billion. And comparing with our competitors, you can see that Medimate stands out with its features like gamification, AI features, and disease prediction that no other healthcare apps have. And even though other healthcare apps have some features that we don't have, in the end, Medimate still comes up on top. And for our future improvement, we plan to implement the agentic AI, have more advanced models to predict symptoms for diseases, and finally, the partnership for MedAid and also our revenue stream. That is all from us. Team Hokkien is ready. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, team. So now it is time for our judges to ask the questions if there are any.
Thank you all. First of all, very nice presentation with all this. I think some others can learn this. If you're scared of not enough time, right? You can have the demo on the slide already while you're presenting. So that one is very, very good. Again, many things are. So first of all, the medical in AI, right, is something that is very, very popular nowadays. And to say that you need to have very strong advantage on your application to stand out. Because otherwise it's like, why I subscribe to your app but not others? So maybe you need to check on what others can do and what is the difference between yours. So that is very, very important. A few things is just some suggestion that I'm still processing actually. Yours is very, very generic and don't have the focus point. I can give you 2 examples. One, you can go general, all this like doctor AI or something, and that can be doing a lot more generic tasks like online scheduling or online consultation. You don't have to go to clinic to queue and all those things. So this is like making appointment and then follow up with the physical visit if necessary. So that will be one area. But the other area will be more specific to, let's say, a certain illness. If your target user is, let's say, on all these diabetes or glucose, look into more details on this use case, what they need, what is their pain point. So you design your applications to that first. Then you sort of like giving them a very good end-to-end solution and what's not to their problem. And then only you scale it up to extend to different disease and so on. Because it could be very, very different. Or it can be very specific to a target user group. It's for kids. So then you have different things to look into. So these are the areas you may want to consider. Because now it's good, but then it doesn't stack up. You know what I mean? Right. Then the business model part, the ad revenue and all, I a bit doubt on that. May not be sustainable. Like you will not be subscribed $10 to, I don't know what is the main feature about this. Is it giving you the scanning the medical, but you are not giving me alert or something reminder to ask me to take medicine and all those things. So you have a bit here and there. You need to consolidate it more. Like if you are targeting you can, depends on your timeline, right? You want to target for the elderly and also the young people, they are looking into different things. Maybe like the, I guess same things, the apps integration with the app data and all. You have that, but you're not seeing it in the next usage with integrate with AI. With all these slips, data and all, maybe you already knows you are not doing well and all those things. Maybe you have that kind of scenario demo and all those things will be very helpful in all these things to make it stronger, I think. Then, this is very special things. If you are looking into local market, especially if local market, all these very technical terms, right? Put it into a layman terms, so that like you go to hospital, you don't understand what is paracetamol, it's Panadol, right? You kind of like have another layer of all this, even like looking into all these different language and all those things, then you'll be making it more. But of course, if you're targeting into international and all, English is still okay. So look into more details on this.
Those are definitely some improvements that we did not consider, but we also try our best by multiplying our revenue stream, and yeah.
Yeah, so thank you so much. That's a great presentation. And the product itself is good, but I have a problem with the problem statement, like what you are trying to solve. Because your solution is having multiple things and some data like the heartbeat and some things. You need to connect something to collect this data, right? The application was not collected by itself. So you need to connect it as a, yeah, go ahead.
Actually, this our apps actually like at first we want to integrate with the smartwatch wearable, but however in the smart wearable, each smart wearable actually got their software, so we can integrate. But at the first we also actually the main target is we want to make the AI companion for our
we try to make AI accessible for healthcare for everyone. For example, the med scan using OCR to extract the medication details. I think most of us will probably take medication in some parts of our life, right? And some people have a lot of medications to manage. And also the AI transcriber can be used everywhere in the world as long as there is a doctor and patient consultation. Those are general use cases where we can apply AI in our healthcare. And there's also specific ones like the blood glucose for diabetic patients.
So the other thing that I have noticed, like you are recording the conversation between the doctor and the patient. Where this will happen?
What?
Where is this will happen? Like you will take your phone with
yeah, you can imagine having a consultation with a doctor, right? And to improve the efficacy of the consultation, all you have to do is place down your phone and with a single tap of a button. It will summarize maybe a 30-minute conversation so that you don't forget. And you can also save the transcription in case you want to remember everything. But the most important part is the recommendation by the AI to both the doctors and the patients that in most cases people would have missed.
Okay, so usually patients, right, like with the doctor, have a conversation with them, but the most important is the medicine that they give to me, right? So I forgot everything, I focus on the medicine, and I follow the instruction. So you are saying here like the AI will be in the middle, and then it would summarize this for me. When I go back to the home, it will tell me this doctor is good or bad, or?
Yeah, can I go ahead? Let's say that I'm a very special patient, and there are many instructions that the doctor specifically gave to me. It was not written in the medication prescription. And with our med scan, you can take the prescription instructions, but I want to remember the doctor's specific instruction to me, the special patient. I can look back at the transcription, number one, or secondly, you can remember our agentic AI future improvement, right? It can get context from the AI transcript summary and go back to the AI chatbot. So you can actually, in the future, ask the chatbot again, what was the summary or the instruction from my past consultation with the doctor. But that is for future improvement with an agentic AI that can combine all of our features to provide a end-to-end solution for a patient consulting a doctor all the way to your medication and your special instructions. Yeah, that will be my answer.
Yeah, I guess that's good. Good thing. Some feedback from my side is actually first thing first, your problem statements need to be narrowed down and you target a specific problem that you want to solve. then the other thing is, think about the more data that you feed to the AI, the more accuracy that you get, right? So you need to feed the AI some data. You need to collect some data from your watch, doctor, from your consultation, and all this data can be combined to solve a specific problem. That's kind of
Yep, we understand that our solution might be too broad and the problem statement might not be specific enough, especially our app, not specific features that can highlight our solution. It's a bit general, just like the first judge mentioned just now.
Okay, so I will depart.
Yeah, just one last question, please.
So I will be delivered. What is your one main unique selling point?
I would want to say the blood voice pulse checker, but that would need more training data and access to diabetic patient in order to fine-tune the order, which we students simply do not have. So for now, I would say the AI transcriber because it can apply to you, me, everywhere in the world, and it's not even constrained by languages, as you can change your models depending on language and change back to your settings for language in your app. And with just a single tap of button, I want to emphasize, everyone can feel the impact and a more improved healthcare and patient-doctor consultation with Medimate. That will be my answer. Thank you.
Okay, just the note is get your unique selling point. You're actually not allowed to record your conversation with the doctor. I'm not sure if you're aware or not. Right, number one, and number two, if you're uploading to the AI, you can drop privacy and stuff is a concern. Yeah. So it is something that could address it in the future.
That is definitely a very eye-opening point, and we will look more into privacy concerns in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Hokkien Miss Red. So, yeah, now it's time for our next team. I'm sure we've all heard of iPhones and iPads, but it's time to hear from iPocket next. So, without further ado, please take the stage.
So good afternoon everyone, we are from Team iPocket and we are aiming to solve the problem which is SDG1. So let's go to a simple story. This is a story about Ken and Farouk. Now today is their big day. They graduated and feel the future is bright and they start doing the job. While in this case, they act differently in managing their money. Ken keeps on updating his expenses, record every day. While on the other hand, Farouk loves to spend his money for food. The way he records is just keeping his receipt and he forgets to record by the end of the month. But 2 years later, years later, Farouk and Ken meet again in a park. They look different now. Ken with a car while Farouk is homeless. Farouk have a question to ask Ken. How did you do it?
Wow, let's stay tuned to the next presentation.
So, as a reflection, let me ask all of you guys, do you really know where your money goes? And then the second question is, do you actually keep track of your spending? And then the next question, which I'm sure more than 50% of you won't be able to answer, how much have you spent on food this month or last month? So, next. Okay, let me touch about the fact. 33.7% of Gen Z lives from paycheck to paycheck or from the salary of this month to the next salary of that month, but still, they are still doing the impulsive buying. So this is the problem. 33.7% is not a small number. Out of 10 people, 3 people tend to spend their money impulsively without actually keeping tracking of their money. So let me touch the problem in detail. The first one is no expense tracking. I am not saying that when I don't track my expense, I will fall into poverty. But the higher risk is there, the higher chance is there. So first, when I don't track my expense, just imagine like you're driving a car without a speedometer, without a fuel gauge. You don't know which speed you are at, and you don't know your top speed. You don't know how much fuel you have left. You will, by the end of the day, you will end up being impulsive spending. Impulsive spending. Just imagine like you're driving at a top speed. You're not limiting your fuel. You're not saving your fuel. So after impulsive spending, by the end of the day, it will result in overspending. You will spend your fuel too much, and after overspending, you will accumulate your debt. Most of them, when they overspend, which means they buy something, and by the end of the month, the amount is bigger than their salary, they tend to use credit card, debt accumulation. And after some period, they will result in long-term debt. Even after long-term debt, I'm not saying that after long-term debt, they will fall into a poverty, but there's a higher chance of them falling into poverty. So here's a fun fact. Okay, so 71.9% of those that track their expenses, monthly spending, don't usually overspend. So the fact is there. I know everyone, like, usually by the end of the month, they just sit, they have the bank statement, they have all the history they spent, they put in the Excel maybe, or in the manually using the book and pen. But let's just be honest, it's inefficient, putting in too much effort for not very efficient. So, but what if managing your finances is as effortless and fun as scrolling Instagram? And what if your phone can track your expenses automatically? So I present to you iPocket, your daily guide to smarter spending and saving. So this is the core feature. As can be seen from the video, I normally add expense. Let's say I choose the category. There's the amount, there's the date, the description. So I press submit, then I go to the notification, it's there. Notification will also work when I exceed the budget there. I'm going to transition, and then I go to summary. Let's say I want to delete this, it's deleted in the summary. That's the core feature. I will explain later more about the unique feature. So this is the actual SDG target we are aiming to solve. It's not only SDG 1, but in detail it's SDG 1.2, which says that to reduce poverty by at least 50%. So we have a goal by the end of 2026 to address that SDG 1. First one is to reduce overspending by 50% in categories like food and shopping, because those categories tend to like the categories that people overspend. And help users to save up to 2,000 Malaysian ringgit per year, and to reach over 100,000 users by the end of 2026. We also have gathered a feedback. The first one is Mr. Ahmad. Mr. Ahmad has a friend, his friend is trapped in debt, and he wants us, it would be preferable if we have some kind of
debt management feature, which I will explain later. The second one is Amal. Amal tends to spend a lot of money, many things. He lives in KL, and he wants something like automation. He doesn't want to add the expense manually as the video before, and he wants some kind of automation to make it like time saving. The third one is Demetrius. Demetrius also similar to Amal, lives in KL, spends a lot, but after he logged every details, he wants to know how to actually save my money. Knowing only that I spend this much doesn't help much. He wants to know something like kind of chatbot, so that he knows what to save and how to save. So let's go to the demo. So first, addressing the problem with Mr. Ahmad's friend, we have this function called iLoan. So let's say the loan name is car, and then the loan amount, let's say 2,000 ringgit. The lender name is, let's say, called Ahmad. Long term is 60 months, and then the APR, the interest rate per year, is 1.1. Use variable, let's say there's a compound interest, 1.1 as well, and then the start date. Save loan. As you can see here, you will know exactly how much per month you need to save. So that kind of detail will eventually help those that are trapped in debt. Now the second one, to address Amal's problem, they want some automation. Let me give you an example. This is called iScan. Let me upload the receipt. So instead of manually doing the expense, it directly logs there. Choose a date. Even simpler, we have an iSpeak function. I bought a pizza for 30 ringgit. Okay. Even simpler than uploading a receipt. Now, to address the problem of Demetrius, you want some kind of chatbot. Let's say, how much did I spend on food? The chatbot will get all our data and tell us how much. But it doesn't stop there. How do I reduce it? Then based on our spending and transaction, the bot will give us the suggestion to reduce your food expense. Consider the strategy: spend your meal in advance, cook at home more, pack your own lunches, and so on. And also, what happens after I save quite a lot of money? Why not invest? We have this kind of invest feature. If let's say we have our current balance is 1,006 ringgit. There's a low risk, medium risk, and high risk. Let's say I choose a low risk, there will be like gold, silver, and so on. Medium risk like Apple, Microsoft, and so on. And then the high risk, some kind of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. So these are all the 6 extra features that we have done. iScan, I've explained about that, and then iSpeak, iQuest, iBot, Personal Finance Master also, and iLoan. 1 second. Okay, so I know Expense App is quite common. Everyone knows Expense App. But what makes us different? Why do we stand out actually? We have all these 6 features: receipt scanning, voice commands, goal automation, chatbot, personal finance advisor, and debt management, which most of the apps don't have. These 3 apps are quite popular in Play Store: Wallet, Splitwise, and Money Lover. Okay, so this is the architecture of our app. We use Flutter as front end, and then the back end authentication and storage we use Firebase, Firestore database, and analytics. And as the main feature, the AI feature, we use Gemini. We're taking the API from Google AI Studio, and we also use GCP to use the function called Cloud Speech to Text API. So this is the market size of Expense App. It increases by more than 1 billion from 2023 to 2024.
This is our target user, mainly Gen Z. And how many Gen Z there are? In Malaysia, there are 5.41 million, and in the whole world, there are 2.4 billion. So it's a quite big market. So this is also our business model pricing plan. We have freemium and premium. For freemium, get to only up to 3 iSpeak requests per day and 5 iPod requests per week, while the premium has more requests, 10 iSpeak and 20 iPod per week. So this is our plan. By the middle of 2025, we want to implement RAG chatbot because our current implementation is passing all the data, the transaction data to the Gemini, which will take a lot of token. That's why we want to implement the RAG. And then by the end of 2025, we want to launch iOS version. And by the 2026, we want to have a touch and go integration. When I mean by integration is when you go to MRT, you tap your card, you don't need to log your expense manually. It's inefficient. Why not directly? This feature right here is not just a plain plan. We actually have simulated it. So let's see the simulation. Okay, so basically here, try to tap. So it connects to a hotspot as a signal. Okay, just simulate that this is actually, there are two main components, RFID and ESP32. So basically this is just a simulation of the MRT or LRT gate. So when we tap, it directly logs to our transaction. By the mid of 2026, we also want to integrate with bank integrations such as CIMB or Maybank. The same idea with the touch and go, with the API connected with all the card and services they use, directly logged into our expense. And by the end of 2026, we also want to collaborate with the Malaysian government. The purpose is that to become an official app for all the Malaysian. The purpose is also that to increase the financial literacy and financial awareness of all the Malaysian, especially Gen Z. This is the IoT integration. So that's all from us. We are open for any question and answer.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Here's a few feedback, right? Number one, you spend way too long on the problem statement. I've actually put inside a number of investor speech, and the maximum time where investor will give you to pitch a problem is 1 minute. You spend almost 10 minutes, right? And while it may seem very innovative, question as a legal form of skit, right? It doesn't work in the real world. So please don't do it if you are pitching to investor. It will never work. Okay. Now, in a lot of the teams, we have already presented, right? You can already find it integrated within each of the banks app by itself. So if you open Maybank app, right? If you use a credit card, it breaks down of your spending, it could category, blah blah. Right? Your upload, car loan, everything is investment. So each of the banks has already have it. Right? And what you really want to focus on are probably those who are not having access to credit facilities, right? You are given small of the lower income one. So what again because of your focus group should actually be a bit different, especially now, like you can use your credit card to actually pay for trains, right? So like again, QR stuff, right? It becomes less and less. Cash stuff is less relevant now, right? So maybe you actually have to go through what is happening in the market, or else it may seem like whatever you're doing have already been explored before. Yeah, that's my comment.
I highlight the presentation of the application itself is very good design. You guys spend a lot of time. Thank you so much for rolling it up. I have actually a couple of things. Like the first thing is the whole application is very cool, but it has been implemented a couple of times, and we all kind of tracking the money. We know what we are spending, like what we spend, where we're spending our money. But how to save money is a good feature that you have introduced. But I want to know more about that. So, what are the challenges that you have faced during implementing? Did you implement it fully or not yet?
Yes, I would say the app is 95% working.
How to save money, right?
Yes, correct. You mean the chatbot?
No, the chatbot is not that one. So I'm spending a lot of money, right? I'm tracking my money, but I don't know where I can save money. So I want something to recommend for me. Okay, last month you spent a lot of money here. This month you could save money if you like escape that purchase or something like this. You have that feature?
Yes, similarly, we have some kind of what happens up next after I have saved my money. I go to the actual personal finance advisor. So for that kind of investment, he will suggest the user what kind of investment they can do.
Investment is different. So investment, if you want to grow your money and do another income, right? But I have the same income, and I'm actually overspending money. Now I want something personalized based on my spending, is tracking my where I spend and where I'm wasting money, and then it can save money for me, right? So I need something to tell me, okay, this month if you escape that purchase, you could save 1,000 ringgit, for example. That's a cool feature if you think about it. I guess a lot of people will.
Just a bit to add as well, right? So from what I understand in terms of your podcast is an app for you to track your expenses. But over here I'm seeing your every worker balance. So is there actually any money inside your app? Like
Actually, the balance there works as a budget. So let's say I put my budget 1,500 ringgit per month. So I just pretend that the balance is 1,500 ringgit.
I will make it, try to summarize it a simpler way. Some maybe already touched, but kind of summarize it. The recommendation, a bit too broad. The loan and finance advisor, I will suggest to remove it out, focusing on the saving part, because the investment will touch a lot of questions later. Like, why do you all this regulation and all those things, right? Not to go there. Focus on how to reduce the spending and all. A few suggestions. So instead of asking the Gemini bot to Q&A, what is my spending last month and things like that, right? Put it into charts already. Last month category food 20%, transportation maybe 30%. That will go to their saving already. You already can see I have spending much majority of my pocket money into transportation. Then you think of why. Instead of are you grab car every time, or can you use the LRT and all those things, then you start to generate your use case and from where and how you can reduce it. So that will be very, very useful for, especially for Gen Z and all, because you don't have income to start with the investment also, right? So focus on that part, like what to know what is your spending habit, and then what are the recommendations to reduce it, and then monitor it. Like when you key in receipt and all, maybe have an alert, like already reaching out, or maybe you overspend this today, you may want to reduce it for the rest of the week and all those things. Then you kind of guide the user how to spend the money and save the money in a different way. So that one is one. A few things, very nice, but very fancy, but also, sorry to say that, not so practical. This one is good. It's very, very eye-opening and all, but how do you apply in your real live production and all, right? Instead of this, I would suggest you to go for the NFC, mobile phone that have NFC already, and tap also can do the same things. I know it's cool, but then it's not applicable to yours. It's not on robotic, right? So that one can be something that you can consider. Check about the loan, also same things. I think it's not to say loan, but maybe taking into all these installment plan and those things will be better to your use case. Just one last thing. Touch and Go may not be directly the future already. I think you can directly call their Touch and Go API and just check there. So you can actually put that and all. So yeah, more or less like that. Thank you.
Basically, just to explain one sentence, that one is just a simulation.
All right.
Thank you.
The good thing that you have here as a unique is you have scanning for the bill itself for the other, like the Medimate, they don't have the ID details. They do have, okay, you versions from any skill, for example, 200. You don't have the item inside. So if your application able to pick up this item and personalize that purchase for me, and the next month you can recommend for me how to save, is this a unique thing that you can think about?
Okay, thank you so much, iPocket, for your amazing presentation. Alright, finally, I do hear that we have a solo programmer among us. So I'd like to call upon this brave trooper on stage. Let's welcome Activate.
Testing 1, 2, 3. A very good day to everyone here. I am from Kitahack event, and I will be presenting for the GEOC Kitahack 2025. And our team consists of only me, which means I am a solo team. I am intern Dr. Akila, and I will be presenting GEOC USM. Before I start with my presentation here, I would like to pose a question here. Have you ever used a public transportation system and you found that it was unreliable, inconvenience, and a waste of time? So these are the challenges that students in USM, which is my case study, have been facing a lot of times in daily life and for years. And we haven't even resolved this issue yet. And let's hear what our friend says about current situation about USM bus system. What common problem do you face with your bus service?
For me, the bus is always too full, and I have to wait for 2 or 3 buses to pass by, and I'm too queued one way.
Has this affected your daily schedule?
Yes, pretty much. I've been late to class many times. Even if I leave early, I still end up waiting too long for the bus.
So, do you think more people are switching to private vehicles for this reason?
Yes, I've
seen a lot of people switching to their personal transportation, like using motors and cars. And because of that, you can see the roads get pretty congested at times because they don't want to rely on the public bus.
So do you feel the number of cars used by students on campus has increased year by year? Yes. The number of cars in the campus is keep on increasing, and the road is getting more jammed, and I have to get back to my hotel very late.
How often do you use the public bus system?
I used to use it frequently before, but right now it's getting unreliable, so I don't use it much anymore.
Have you considered alternative transport because of this?
Now I have my own motorbike because the bus is so unreliable, so I get one of my own so I can get around easily.
So these are the honest review from my friends in USM.
What common problems?
And to grab from these 3 anecdotes, I have carried out a survey that gathered 120 respondents to share about their experience in USM bus system. And our findings have shown that most of them has never even used the bus system a lot, and some of them, a very low percentage of them just use it regularly, which means that it's not even a quarter of residents of USM using it. And this is due to the bus is always full and have a long waiting time, and some of them prefer their own transportation methods, and most of them use motorcycle because for them it is very convenient to glide through the traffic congestion and whatnot, and some of them prefer personal car and walking. But actually this has posed a very serious matter of security risk because there are such number of cases that has involved accidents regarding motorcyclists and pedestrians. And also our findings have shown that most of them are willing going back to USM bus system if we can improve it. So these are the problems that because due to the inefficient bus routing. Because in traditional bus routing here, right, we go to point A until point last fixed route lah. But then we never cater the demands, the real demands of the current situation, and we do not consider about the traffic and all that, and also we don't have real-time data and ETA. Of course, we have the record bus and all of that, but we don't have the monitor the crowd levels of each of the bus stop, which actually can affect your daily schedule because we might not get bored into the bus, and we also, despite of the USM management to tackle the issue by increasing the bus, is actually inefficient because they are not tackling this from the root cause, and due to the frustration from the student, they are switching to the private vehicles, and it actually contributes to the traffic congestion. And this what Smart Move came to the light. We will monitor the real-time crowd at the each of the bus stops, which means that we will monitor the crowd level, and then if the higher the crowd level is, the higher it will be in the priority list. So it means that if the first stop has like 1%, and then the last stop has 30%, so we will consider to take the 30% lah, even though they are far away. And also we implement intelligent route optimization, which means that we want to cater everyone's needs by having like 60 passengers in a bus, even in a peak hour. And we want to improve user experience by having Gemini chatbot to suggest the optimal bus stop that can guarantee them to go to their destination in a short time, and the Gemini chatbot can guide on how to go to their destination in a short time, and it is very convenient, predictable, and safe. And also, I'm glad to share that this is the first pioneer bus application in USM that tackled the root cause of the issue. And what if I tell you that we can solve all the problem with these three conditions, which we will have the dynamic lock for the driver to pick up students at each bus stop based on the crowd level dynamically. And we will be having Gemini chatbot. So we will ask the student to give suggestion to go to targeted bus stop here, and we will reduce the number of buses and can reduce the serving time, which can increase the turnover time, and everyone can board to the bus and reach to their destination. And between existing system and smart move, existing system doesn't take account of the crowd level of each bus stop. It's just a fixed route, despite the traffic issue, and management system actually worsen the bottlenecks. But smart move dynamically picks up people based on the crowd level of each the bus stop, and we will need fewer bus needed even at the peak hour, and we can reduce carbon emission and congestion. So smart move actually aligns with two SDGs, which are SDG 11 and SDG 17. We want to create a safe place for the students and visitors to go around in the USM without being afraid of any accidents. And we want to reduce the congestion and emissions. And as for the SDG 17, we would like to partner with another public transportation such as Bike Commute USM and also Beam Scooter. And we would like to partner with to give rewards to the driver. So the driver bus will be motivated to increase their turnover for the bus. And for the how smart move works, it based on the priority list from the crowd levels in real time at each bus stops, and dynamically assign the bus to the driver bus. So we can optimize it as much as we can, and optimize bus capacity, which means that we have a set of data set, right, of each of bus stops, and we can cater like high plus low demand or balancing load, and we can coordinate the bus routes, which means that the bus will go at the same traditional route, but they will only stop at certain places according to the priority list. And for the case study here, this is our case study from the USM. There are 10 stops, and best case scenario, we can get the accurate data and optimal allocation, like I just mentioned just now, high plus low demand or balancing load. And there will be no ignore stops because some of them experience 2 or 3 bus runs past them. And we can improve the traffic flow by minimizing the number of bus while can cater the students' need even at peak hour. And as planned for future, like I mentioned, we will be partnering with other public transportation. We will extend the scope with other university and city because this smart move is very ideal for university and city like Putrajaya, Cyberjaya, Seremban, and we'll be having rental booking to store the data of the rental booking of public transportation, and we will integrate with IoT to get real data set, which what in my mind was IR sensor, but due to time constraint, I couldn't do 10 sets of bus stop to get the real data, just simulation data. So Gemini in smart move makes our life easier by having intelligent suggestion and route planning. They can suggest optimal and nearest bus stop that we can go, and guaranteed will be pick up. Effortless stop identification and navigation, which means that we just have to put the picture if we don't know how much where's the location is, what the building is. And as for the accessibility, with only one touch, you can know how to go there, and you can also voice to the apps. So let's see how cool my app is. the main screen. You can choose any of the bus stop here. And then as you can see, there's a bus tracker that show the progress of the from Stoke Kimia to HPP. And then this is the infographic here. And then we can see each of the bus stop, their movement. Okay, and we can see what place they pick up or place they don't pick up, or have them pick up. And also we have the live crowd, we can choose any of it, and then we can put that. And then judges, do you want to see the how image recognition works, voice recognition, or the one touch button? One touch, okay? Can, why not? Or maybe I have to go to another bus stop. So we can go there by B2. Okay. And then even though the location is not listed in the bus stop, right? Actually we can do that. We can personalize it, and then we can ask for the other alternative, and then we can book, we can do the payment. But if you pay, you will get into my bank account lah. Let me go to the driver bus, changing the. Okay, and then start the navigation because they automatically being assigned, and then pick up here, and then after you have pick up people, you will get 120 points, which means that the driver has take people 6 bus stop lah, and then you can redeem for the rewards. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, there's actually a few questions we pass off. First of all, how could you categorize the number of crowd inside each of the bus stop?
In the bus stop or in the bus?
In the bus stop.
In the bus stop. My plan was initially my plan was to have IR sensor, ESP32, AMG, to integrate, and then they will can sense the movement. So we can from there we can see the heat of people here, just estimation, and then we can get the real data. But for the industrial purpose, we can use the camera.
Cost in terms of the cost, I think either through camera, or if you are already using your NY, you can actually have the location of the app, right? Which is so much more cost efficient, right?
Yeah.
Number two, okay, I can be a bit direct, right? I get solution of you picking up people at the bus stop with Qualcomm. It felt like you're living a more carbon footprint because your routes are less optimal through a normal route, right? Because you actually have to go off the way, blah, blah. So, in my personal opinion, it is actually less efficient in terms of carbon footprint. What I felt you should do is, for example, if everyone is using your app, you know what is their destination, you know because of their timetable and all what time is their classes, right? You can actually come up with a way to optimize, like you should be at the bus stop at 5 p.m., another group should only be there at 5 p.m. and you arrange your bus accordingly, which is actually like the actual purpose of having the app, because you can collect everyone's information, right? Instead of everyone's information, it's only used personally for yourself. That's all for me.
Yeah, the problem statement is very cool, and your solution also is very cool. I like it. Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions. Like the first one is, you did mention to motivate the bus driver, you want to give him credit, right?
Yeah,
Who's going to pay for that credit?
For now, we haven't think about how we gonna pay the driver, but actually it's a convertible point, so it is up to the management on how they want to reward the driver first. Okay, management USM is behave fast that taking care of the USM students welfare, but actually can be scalable to another university.
Okay, so the bus driver will have the application, the honest application, and then they start to navigate. So Gemini is behind the scenes, is tracking who is how many persons every bus station, and it recommends route for the bus, right?
Yeah.
So how this cycle is working, like?
Okay. After they finish their journey, they will restart another journey. Then find any unserved bus stop, and then find the crowdedness level, and then restart the journey again. But for the unserved bus stop.
So when they start the journey, the Gemini will start the route for them.
Yeah, actually it's not Gemini that start the bus route. Gemini is the one that giving the suggestion. Because the animation here is from the Firebase, because we keep real data.
Okay, so let's imagine one scenario, right? We have 5 bus stations. Every station comes down as one person.
One person.
1 person. Okay. Then the bus driver started the journey. How this will work?
Sorry, I clarify again. So there are 5 bus stops. With each of them have 1 person. So since the maximum capacity is 60, so they will take the nearest one from the current location of the point A, and then going to the traditional route. Actually, they will be going to the traditional route, but they won't be opening for people to go board, just people to drop off.
So the route itself is been decided already. It's the traditional one.
Yeah, traditional.
Now it's up to your application to recommend I can stop here or not because the capacity of the bus.
Yes, that's true. But sorry, yes, it's true. Sorry, I'm so excited with my application.
Okay, but I feel like if you look into it from other perspective, Malaysia said that you can go from A to B in different routes, right? So if I'm not stopping in A, B, C, I will not stop in B. I should go to C directly, maybe from different route, which is shorter.
Gemini will you can actually after your request either you want the shortest one or you want it is working.
So there's a notification will come to reroute the bus.
Yeah, that's true. You can alter that.
Thank you for the use case. Something different. I think I have similar comment and feedback. I know everyone is doing the chatbot and all right, but this is the first layer of generative AI. People are not doing chatbot anymore nowadays, right? But of course for your own projects, all good and all. But to me, this is a problem of route planning optimization. So thinking of how to utilize a different manner to optimize this one. One suggestion I can think of is that instead of doing all this crowd control, right, you can actually kind of like pre-book your bus. I want to go to Kimia, Korea Kimia. Already know my location, detect from the map, I click my destination, and then maybe now or when, then you already assign me a bus plate number. Then I I need to go to that bus. So then in backend, you already plan how many people are going to this. And all this step is very seamless. You don't have to go through all these step-by-step kind of things. So that can be one good suggestion for you. And also like how many people go to which bus and all. Then you can have a feel like how you do the driving lah. You have like plan A, plan B, E and all right. You can go to this bus stop to take this bus, or you want to go to this bus stop to take the other bus with an estimation time of arrival and all those things. Let the user choose and all. So this is very intuitive and a bit automated at the back end. But I think it will solve a lot of the problem. Looking into all this, it will be like something like bus on demand kind of thing. I think we have all this rabbit care on demand. If it's a group, you can directly, just like not to say the bus, like a van. Like I think most of the people are staying in the same hostel, going to the same class, right? One group people, you have 6 people, book a van, go, right? All this then is very, very convenient. You don't have to wait for the bus and all those things. These are some suggestions for your optimization.
Thank you. I will implement it for the future. Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you Activate for her amazing presentation. That was a long session of a lot of presentations. So why not let's give ourselves a 15-minute break, as well as give the judges some time to rest as well. So we'll be right back at 3:30. So you guys can take this time to refill your water bottle, rest, and go to the washroom. Thank you.
Whatever social media posting that they want to give us, then they can give us.
We internet CIB, of course we get to connect with the CEOs and leaders in the bank.
all the participants to register into their seat for the next session. Thank you everyone. Thanks. Please return to your seats. We're going to prepare for the next agenda. Alright. Welcome back everyone. I hope you have a fantastic breather. We're diving straight into the final stretch of the pitching session with our last three incredible teams. Once again, each team will have a total of 20 minutes to present, including their Q&A session, so let's keep our energy high for these final presentations. Starting off in the first group, let's give a round of applause to rookie programmers.
Very good afternoon to the panel of judges and also our fellow participants today. We are from Rookie Programming and my name is Adit and these are my teammates Joanne, Fang and also Cyril. Alright, moving on. Right, so this is what we are going to go through today. Firstly is our problem statement and then our SDG alignment, proposed solution, business model canvas, Google technologies used, users testing, future improvements, why invest, and lastly, our app demo. Alright, next. Okay, so before we start, I'd like to introduce to you guys what are actually pollinators. So pollinators are actually a diverse group of organisms that play a vital role in plant reproduction by transferring pollen. So it basically goes from one flower or one crop to another crop. That's how they help in plant reproduction. So actually, 40% of them are actually facing extinction currently. Alright, you may ask, why does this matter to us? How is this important? Next. Alright, so basically 75% of global food crops depend on pollinators. That's a very huge amount. And the annual revenue is actually 235 billion to 577 billion of food crops that actually depend on pollinators to reproduce. And also for flowering plants, 87% of them depend on pollinators. Right. So basically, the global loss of pollinators is already causing about 500,000 early deaths a year. This is because they have not enough healthy and clean food. So this actually causes food insecurity in some of the countries. For example, during COVID, when people were not allowed to import items, so those countries that rely a lot on food import were very much affected by this. Which brings us to our SDG. We focus on SDG 15, Life on Land. We have mainly focused on target 15.5 and also target 15.9. Alright, so this is our proposed solution. Our AI Pollinator Guardian app. So on the left and on the right are our four main features, which we will go through later, and on the bottom are the Google technologies that has been used. The inspiration behind this app is actually my mom. So my mom loves to plant flowers at home. She has her own garden. And she loves to tell me like, oh, I saw this kind of butterfly. She'll take pictures of them and show me, and she'll be so excited about it and to see how colorful they are. So when I heard about Kitahack, I actually looked up about this SDG and I found this problem, which is why we came up with this solution. Alright. Moving on to our first feature, which is our main feature, the garden scanner. So for this feature, users are allowed to either take a picture or get one from their gallery of their garden, and they will get a response from Gemini which shows them native plant recommendations that they could plant to attract more pollinators and some pollinator friendliness score of how pollinator friendly their garden is, and also an actionable improvement plan. Lastly, they also could save this to their history, which will allow them to improve and track their progress. How does this impact the target that we have set? Is number one, it empowers users to create and maintain a pollinator-friendly environment. And number two, it helps in target 15.9 by encouraging users to value and act on ecosystem health in personal and community planning. Right. So next is our pollinator identification feature. So this one is more of a fun and interactive feature. If you guys have heard of Pokemon Go, so it's something like that. Basically, let's say you have sighted a pollinator in your garden. You can snap a picture of it, and it will give you some insights such as what is the species names, some description of it, and conservation tips. How you can actually maintain that pollinator to come to your garden every time. You also could store this data, so you could look back in the future on what kind of pollinators you have actually sighted in your garden. And this actually directly impacts target 15.5 by addressing biodiversity loss by helping to monitor pollinator species. Alright, next is our community map. This is an interactive map which shows pollinator activity in your area. It has various filtering options such as species, time period, and also location to get specific results, and you can get valuable insights from it. So how does this impact our target 15.5? It actually facilitates data collection that can help for future research, and it will prevent for species decline. Alright, lastly is our AI chatbot called Pollinator Care Assistance. So instead of just implementing a normal chatbot that is general, we have actually integrated it into our garden scanner and also our pollinator identification feature. So it actually already has the context from the analysis. So this way users can just ask some follow-up questions from the analysis that they have received. For example, they are not clear of what they need, what kind of resources they need to get the action plan going. So they could just ask the chatbot and it will already have the context from the analysis. And this impacts target 15.9 by giving personalized tips, encouraging users to incorporate biodiversity practices.
Okay, so next, I would like to briefly introduce the business model canvas of our project. So first, let's start with customer-facing elements. From the perspective of customer, the value propositions of this app will be, this app is an AI-powered pollinator conservation platform that encourages biodiversity protection and contributes to SDG 15. So to maintain customer relationships, our app will have gamification feature, community features, and personalized content to enhance user engagement and improve user experience. Next, the target customer. The customer segment are home gardeners, urban farmers, educators, schools, and environmental organizations. And the channels that our app will use to be delivered is in the form of mobile application, and also can be promoted through school programs and partnership with nurseries and environmental organizations. Next. So this is an overview of the customer segment of our app. We have 570 million of farms around the world, and we have more than 2,000 and more than 7,000 of secondary schools and primary schools, respectively, in Malaysia itself. Next. So from the aspect of business operations, the key activities involved are data collection, community engagement, conservation research partner, and the key resources that will be needed are Google AI technologies and scientific partnership. So some potential key partners are environmental organizations, schools, universities and research institutions, government agencies, Google and local nurseries. Next. So for investor-focused elements, the cost structure that will be needed are to purchase cloud infrastructure and to do app maintenance. And at the same time, the revenue streams will be freemium and premium models, government and research, contracts and grants, and data licensing.
Alright, so now we would like to go into the Google technologies that we have used in our app. Firstly, Firebase. So basically it's our database, which is very easy to use, reliable and scalable. So we have used this. We have to use this to store our user profile, garden analysis, and also our pollinator identification sightings. Next up, Gemini and Vertex. So Vertex is something new that I've learned, and basically it simplifies calling the Google Gemini API directly from Firebase. So we have used this. We have used this in our garden analysis, pollinator identification, and also our pollinator care assistance, which is our chatbot. Next, we have also used Google Maps API. So this one is a ready-to-use high-performance mapping infrastructure, and we have used it in our community map feature. Next up, and finally, Flutter. So we have used the language Dart. It's very good because it has many pre-built widgets that help with fast and expressive UI developments, and we have used it to code our app.
Okay, to make sure our app functions properly, we have conducted several user testings. So the first is Firebase Test Lab, which the test we have done is global test, and our app passed the test. So next, okay, we have also let some users to try out our app, and here are some feedbacks from the user. And lastly is a very simple manual testing for our pollinator identification system, and we get an overall accuracy of 96.5%. Next. So to make our app even better, we plan to do some improvements on our app in the future. Next. Okay, so first, the short term will be in 0 to 12 months. We want to add gamification feature, such as some little games in the app, so that after the user attempted it, maybe they can get badges or certificates, as well as educational contents for schools and community groups. Next. So in 1 to 3 years, we want to implement IoT integration and AR features for garden planning. Next. In 3 to 5 years, we want to have to create a global pollinator health monitoring network. Next. So before going into our super exciting app demonstration, I would like to emphasize why people should invest in our app. So first, it addresses a critical global need. Like what was mentioned in the presentation before, the pollinator decline has caused nearly 500,000 of early deaths per year. So this app, it tackles the challenges of biodiversity loss and pollinator decline. And second, it operates in a rapidly emerging environmental mentoring market, so it has a large and growing market. And third, it implements innovative technology. Lastly, it has a diverse revenue potential because it has a wide market segments, which ranging from local nurseries and farmers to schools and universities, and even to some big environment organizations and government agencies. So next, it will be our app demonstration.
Okay, so let's begin. Notification system where user is allowed to create an account and reset password. So let me log in first. The password is the first one. 5, 6. Okay. Then this is the home screen where at the top we plan to push the notifications or the facts about pollinators from trustful sources, and this is the overview of the features they have. In this your activity section, user is allowed to set tracks like weekly tracks. So such as if I want to collect 10 or 20 pollinators this week, I can set it like this, and then it helps to remind me my goals. And the bottom one is recent activity section where users can see what they have done recently. Then now comes to activity page.
I will introduce the identify case and I will say let's go for the building inside and imagine it's a hero to save your plans or just a bug to bring your picnic. And for this identify it tell you what this is and clean up your confusions. And if you identify the images without the pollinator, this tell you the pollinator because it just can search for the pollinator. If you to upload and take a picture for the pollinators. And yes, and imagine a dating app but for the pollinators, and it give you full of the whole group for this insights. And they also have building for the chat apps, and you can ask it how. And it tell you just how to attract it. And then if you want to save that, and it also has the histories for all of the insights. And also, it will be upgrade for the next patient, maybe for the emotion, for the state, or maybe for the translator to the insights, and like the human to the dog, and for the community maps, and it has the pollinators is nearby you, and if you want to see the butterflies within a muse, and it's just to take the butterflies and apply filters, and it will show you. And I will put the drawings.
Got a picture. See this one. It looks decent, but let's see what it analyzes. Okay, it says fear, not that good as expected, because it says this does not provide enough information to the process. And also we have the history one, like this one. Yep. So that's basically our demo.
Alright, thank you so much for listening to our presentation. And now we would like to proceed to our Q&A session.
Okay, first of all, your slides are really nice and professionally done. Good job. As a question I ask, how will you be jumping off the numbers? For example, if you go back to one of your slides after you upload a photo of your target, how are the numbers estimated? How are the numbers estimated for back? Your targets can go on the right. For example, 55%, right? How do you obtain the number?
Alright, so it based on the type of, like for example, okay, for that garden, maybe it sees the flowers that are there, so we basically give a prompt to Gemini. So can you show the prompt if it's possible? For the garden scanner. so this is our prompt for the garden scanner. Basically, we ask it to analyze this garden image and provide detailed statistics. So we made them to put it in a JSON format so that it's easier for the later when we want to develop the UI. Yeah, so it's already in JSON format.
And do you provide any examples?
Sorry?
Is there any examples provided? Why? So this is like 100% single shot, and I'm not sure if the numbers can be trusted. So yeah. This is something you may want to improve in the future. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple of things. Like the first thing that you have been discussing that the accuracy turns now is 69. 96. How you came up with that?
So how we did it is we manually did, we made a file, so like we took like around 10 images for butterflies, bees, and then other pollinators, and one more section is just random items, which is not even any pollinators. So we just test it, and for all we get it correct, but except for one of it, it's basically it's a garden picture, but there's no pollinators. So it actually supposed to say there's no pollinators, but then it said that there might be some pollinators. So that was the only error that we found when we tested it out.
So that's for one with the garden analysis is not measured?
Yeah, so for garden analysis, so let's say we take the same picture and then we try to like put it in again and again, and we see if the score changes or maybe the recommendation change. And so far we found that the score remains the same and the recommendation as well.
So, imagine if I add my garden, right, and I do my garden, I put a picture, and then next day I want to interpret my garden. Do I need to take a picture? If I took a picture, it will update the analysis?
So actually for further improvement, we actually plan to make a segment. So let's say a user has multiple gardens, so they can put, okay, this is garden 1, garden 2, garden 3. And then they can tap into garden 1 and then scan. So all the data from there is just from garden 1. So it makes sure that there is consistency in the action plan, so that you can actually really monitor the progress of your action plan. Thank you so much.
Very interesting use case, and this one is more towards agricultural AI, so also a big industry area that's trying to improve with AI. Just a few things. First of all, the goal I'm actually a bit confused. Do you want to just identify the different pollinators or what?
So for the pollinator identification, is more to research based, so it's for using of research. But what is our main feature is actually the garden scanner, where we want to promote making a pollinator friendly garden so that they do not go extinct, they have like food from our flowers. So that's the main thing, so that they do not go extinct.
Right, so I'll be very quick on this. So on this, right, it's not so obvious in your application, right? It can be a bit not so easy to do, to be honest. Like even all these flowers, is it local or not? That one is not the tulips is out here
Yeah.
and all, right? So if you can put a use case like your parents' garden, take that, and then like identify first what are the plants identified, then like what are the mixture combination for biological wise that is a good combination for that habitat. So then from there you can slowly go on further. I don't see all this. That is why I feel a bit confused on the goal on this app. If that is your focus, maybe you want to add more emphasis on this, because otherwise I don't see how you can improve your impact and all those things later. So that's one. And then I think mentioning on this one, the action plans and what's not, improve it by adding the reasoning. Explain why certain poor diversity or not, and then like what are the recommendation and things to look into. I think it's already ready. Just put it into your prompt and enable the thinking. Then yeah, reasoning and recommendation is very important to be that. I think all in all, the future plan is a bit too wild to be honest, but I keep it as a good motivation for you all. I wouldn't go into that much on it because to be there already, one small mountain, you will need a lot of work already. But good job, thank you.
Alright, thank you so much, team. That was certainly a very interesting use case. And now for the next team, much like Hansel and Gretel, it is time for us to leave our breadcrumbs. So let's give it up for the next team. The stage is yours.
Testing. Alright, now let me start with one simple question. Raise your hand here if you track your daily calories. No? Alright. Second question. Raise your hand if you are an iPhone user. Wow. Okay, perfect. Now, here's a fun fact. A few months ago, the Quantum City Council made an announcement that they are shutting down the list for a day to curb staff obesity. And get this, 30% of their staff are either obese or overweight. If you look at the data, over 1 billion people in the world are either obese or overweight. And in Malaysia alone, over 53.5% of us are also obese. So, being obese is only bad enough. But being obese also carries the risk of getting non-communicable diseases such as cancer, high blood pressure, diabetes, and also heart diseases. And according to the Department of Statistics Malaysia, back in 2023, these diseases are one of the top 10 principal causes of deaths in Malaysia. They contributed to an amount of around more than 50,000 deaths. And you might be thinking, what may influence the high obesity in Malaysia? Well, for starters, nutritionists are only 60% accurate when they predict the nutritional value of food. So for the average person like us, we tend to overestimate or underestimate the daily calories or sugars or fats that we consume. Other than that, studies have also shown that social elements such as norms and pressures can sway individual food consumption patterns. So from large family meals to high calories food in large gatherings, our individual eating habits can be swayed by social norms. Thus, in an ideal world, everyone wants to maintain a healthy BMI level, and everyone wants to meet their daily nutritional needs, and also we want to make obesity a thing of the past. Hence, we want to introduce our solution, Great Crumbs, where we want to empower each Malaysian to take control of their health, starting with a snack. Now, our solution will also be targeting SDG Goal 3, good health and well-being, specifically target 3.4.1, to reduce the mortality rate of non-communicable diseases. Now, I'll be going through the live demo now. Alright, so let me start by logging into that. So for this, I'll just create a demo account just for showcase purposes. Alright. Right, so when user register for account, right, we will go through an onboarding process where we will ask them for their display name, their age, their gender, their weight, and their height. And also their activity level, such as either they are very active, they are sedentary, very active, or moderately active. So using this information, you then use Gemini to sort of generate their daily recommended nutritional intake. So for instance, here if you go to the profile, you can see that here they can see how much they can consume daily and what is their recommended daily intake. And here, but just for this showcase, I'll just sign into my own account. Right, so let's start with our key feature, the Snap and Analyze. So here I have a grid. I'll just take a picture of this grid. And you can see that using Gemini, you can auto-fill the dish name, the meal type. You can look at time, now it's our lunch time, the portion size, all is cooking method. So users are free to edit before we submit to have it analyzed further. I'll just edit to call it a chicken sausage bun. Alright, then I'll just submit it. This may take a while, but in the meantime, once users submit a picture of their food, Gemini will then generate personalized insights based on the user's daily recommended nutritional intake. Other than that, Gemini will also provide information such as the food's calories, macronutrients such as the carbohydrates, fats, and so on. Now, here is the screen, so you can see that it provided calories, carbohydrates, fats, and also other useful macronutrients. And on top, you can see how this, they also provide an insight for the user to know whether this food is good or not for their health, and whether it meets their health goals. So we just add to tracker. Alright, now, so in the meals, users can see what they have consumed today. So here's the chicken sausage bun. And in the tracker, they can see their consumed value visualized in charts and so on. There's also an analytics page where users can see further insights on their meals. And under here, Gemini will provide analytics from the past 7 days regarding the user's nutrition and health. They also provide action items for next 3 days on how users can either improve or further improve their eating habits. Now, one thing I will focus on is our community features. So let's dive into a group feature. So imagine you're a busy parent or you have friends that wants to track their food together. This group feature provides just that. So let me just create a group. Let's call it Can We Be More Than Friends? for this, I'll just add my friend here, Rose, because she also has an account. Now, if I go into a group, you can see that Rose has already consumed like dog what she had eaten today, which was the 8-meal sandwich provided earlier today. And so for lunch, you can see that she had chicken with rice. And you can compare like what we've eaten, what's our nutritional value and so on. Right. Okay. Next part will be the marketplace. So imagine that you are a busy person, then you don't have time to cook, right? You have to find healthy food. And this is where the marketplace comes in. So for this marketplace, we have partnered with external restaurants or grocery brands and so on, where they can list their food on our app. And here, for example, one of my favorite restaurants is La Juiceria. So in this marketplace, you can browse all the La Juiceria's food, the price, and also the nutrition information. And next, we have to introduce a meal planner. So for the meal planner, users can also use our app to plan the meal for the next few days. So for instance, I want to plan a meal for perhaps tomorrow, it's Monday. So what they do is set a budget of how much they're going to spend for tomorrow, let's say 100, what their goal is. So logically, users can select a range, but for this showcase purposes, I'll just select a single day. I'll just add. Alright, give it some time. Right. Now, if you go back to the new planner, we go to Monday, you can see that Unite has already generated the recipe for user. And not just recipe, right? We also integrated the marketplace into this meal planner so that we can showcase not just recipe but also our partners' food. So for instance, this kale quinoa chicken salad is from our partner La Juiceria, and users can click on this and see, hey, instead of preparing the food myself, I can instead purchase from one of the curated verified partners from marketplace. And lastly, the thing I want to showcase is our food database. So not just a marketplace is for our verified partners, right? But food database is for us, the community, where we have to contribute what we have eaten today to a shared platform so that other users can easily browse and gain better understanding of what they consume daily. So for instance, for me, I have already logged my chicken sausage bun, and I'd like to share to other users, hey, turns out an average chicken sausage bun has this nutritional value. So I'll just go to my meals and I'll say add to food database. Food added. So if I go back to our food database, you can see, hey, here's my chicken sausage bun. Right, that should be all for the showcase. Right, so for the social architecture for our mobile app, we coded it using a Flutter and oh, sorry, one more thing that I forgot to mention. Alright, one important thing I forgot to mention is our gamification feature. So if you look at the app, right, here is a really cute mascot. So what this mascot does is actually it reflects your health. So if you eat healthy, you also be healthier, but if you don't, then you also not be healthy. And what we do is that we have an estimated BMI to help track the users' health. So based on what users have logged, we have recalculated the estimated BMI to ensure that we can get a more accurate insights into the user's health. And you can see that the mascot now is happy because I have a health of 100. And I can also change my mascot to see this chicken here. Right. So yeah, so the potential is endless in this mascot system, or rather companion system. So there's also a goal where you can complete goals to earn points to purchase further mascot in the future. Right, and coming back to here, so Flutter for our app, but Ride for the companion system where we use it to create engaging animations. And for our backend, we use Firebase as our backend as a service, where we use Firebase authentication for our off service. For our core service, we use Cloud Storage to store the pictures of the food. Firestore as our NoSQL database, Cloud Functions to provide a secret connection to Gemini. And of course, Gemini doing most of the work to help us analyze the food images and provide nutritional insights to the users. And as for our Google Cloud platform, we use Vertex AI platform as our IAG system, where we store our recipes and also our partners' food list. So that when users prompt for the meal planner, we'll go through Vertex AI to retrieve the information and then show it to Gemini, where we then return the new plan back to the user. But you might be wondering, why did we choose this tech stack? Well, for starters, it's a no-brainer considering the manpower of our team, where I'm the only single developer. Other than that, because we're still in the MVP stage, right, we want to validate our product. So we want to build, iterate, change, and so on. And I believe that this architecture gives us the ability to do so. Now, if you look at the other players in the market, our snap and analyze feature is definitely the key feature that makes us stand out. Other than that, the price itself is also one of the price of lower barrier of entry. Now, we also recognize that because as mentioned earlier, the individual might be swayed by the social pressures and norms, right? Hence, we want to place put a heavy emphasis on our community features, like our companion system, group system, and also our pack. So we want friends and families to be able to hold each other accountable to their health journey. And also we want users to be able to have maybe their favorite influencers or their favorite anime characters, or even a local brands, or even that guy over there, to be a companion on their journey together. Right?
Moving on to the business model, we will adopt a freemium model with core functionalities and a premium version with additional features at 9 ringgit and 99 cents per month. Additionally, we will have a companion store where users can purchase their additional companions starting at 40 ringgit and 99 cents per pack. Our partners can also sell their companions on our digital store. For each sales, we will collect 30% of commissions. Looking at the market size, ideally, we aim to capture 5% of Malaysians with obesity for our song, and assuming we can get at least 5% of paying users, we would be looking at the monthly recurring revenue of up to 400K. For the business development roadmap, we plan to launch the product in Malaysia by July 2025. Post-launch, the product team will wrap up with the marketing efforts by reaching out to more restaurants and collaborating with influencers to drive the user acquisitions. While the technical team will continue with development of new features. In terms of regional expansion, we are planning to enter the Singapore market by November 2025. From December onwards, our focus will shift towards the Asian markets. We've also outlined the product roadmaps that stretches into the second quarter of 2026. Here, we are intending to introduce new features to the app. For gamification, we are looking at a new badges system, a new mini game that allows users to use the companion as the character, and a group companion system where users can raise a companion together with friends or family. An enhanced UI UX will also be released sometime around this year's Q4. For the marketplace, we are looking to introduce partner affiliate links. So when users tap on the partner's food items in the meal planner, they will be redirected to the partner's platform to place an order and learn more. So lastly, we aim to introduce a few new systems such as learning system and AI chatbot. We are Team Breadcrumbs with me, Rodan, and Ryan as the full stack developer. Now we are inviting Android users to participate in our beta test. Please scan the QR code on the left. And if you would like to hear the latest news and updates, please scan the code at the right side. Thank you.
Alright, I think we can begin the Q&A session while the users are scanning the QR code.
Hi, thank you so much. It's a great presentation. I like the application as well. It's a problem statement that you want everyone to be healthy, right? But the solution is kind of food tracker. So I upload my food and I track it. Where is the measurement? The measurement has other factors, right? So my burning rate, if I do exercise or not, if I go to gym. it's not only the food and the calories, right? I need to connect it with other metrics that calculate the accuracy of my body health.
Yes, we understand that there's a lot of factors that goes into being a healthy individual, right? For us, we want to start simple. We want to start from the very source of this, obesity, which is the food. So they say that if you want to lose weight, it's either carries in, carries out. So really to lose weight in an efficient way is to consume lesser than what you need daily. And from there, I believe it's really a good way to start living healthy. And once you get your food intake into a moderate amount, then we also looking at spend into other factors such as water consumption or daily exercise rate and so on. Yeah.
How do you know that by food only this much of calories is less than I need? Because if I'm doing exercise, I can burn more than what I eat. I eat a lot and I burn a lot and I'm healthy, right? That's you need to add the burn rate at least to measure that. So you have something in and you have the out and you calculate based on that. That's a simple use case. Your application is missing the out, right? You are feeding, but where is the burn rate to calculate it? That's one thing. The other thing was more about privacy. I saw that you have added your friend and you can see what she is eating. It's kind of privacy concern because I'm uploading something that's for me only. I don't want anybody to see it, and now everybody can search with my name and find everything about me, what I'm eating, and so on, right? So it has to be kind of, I add you, but I cannot see anything except the other person accept my invitation, kind of thing, right? Even if you are adding this feature, you need to allow this meal needs to be published, public or private. So my profile can be private. I don't want anybody to see my
Thank you. It is very concerning to a consideration by because just for this showcase we decided to simplify the group system. But in the future, of course, we will implement like the concern that you mentioned earlier, like a friend request or the privacy concern about whether you want to share this specific food. No. That is something that we will do in the future.
The other thing is, if I give you one more day, what are you gonna implement in your application?
I would say, really, the thing I'll spend on is definitely trying to enhance the regulars design because I would say all the core features are there. Because when you start simple, it's every given regulate, but then most users may be poor, because first impression is really important, and regulars is something that users we also take into consideration before using an app. So if I were to get one more day, I would definitely improve more on the regulars aspect.
When you mentioned the UI UX, right, then it struck my curiosity that what UI UX you think is not perfect enough?
I'll say how, there's a lot of principles that goes into it, like the font size, the coloring, the spacing, and so on. I think a lot of that is sort of lacking at this app because for us, when we started coding, we definitely focus more on the functionalities rather than the logo of the app. So, and definitely there's a lot of stuff I feel like I get before, word spacing, how the data is visualized, and so on.
If there's the case, I would think some additional feature would be more interesting. It looks quite good already for me. But just a few suggestions for you to consider. Like mentioned, is for the health concern and all, right? First of all, you key in your personal data and all, but you can calculate the BMI and all, but also mention what is your target BMI, what you want to achieve. That's one. So then you have to be the goal, the planner, and then the target. So then only you have a full flow of it, and then to see is your app useful or not. Currently, I think it's not complete to that feature otherwise. So that's one. And then, yeah, the additional on the exercise, your output, right? Also on the weights daily, but you're not measuring it, then how can I know, am I improving or not? I'm gaining weight or not? It's not in the data, it's not tracking, it's not really a tracker. So like every day you need to also maybe just take a photo of the scale, weight scale machine, then like from 60 become, if you are increasing at 61, 62 kg. And also in the apps, if you can show me, I think there's a bug. In just now you mentioned if you are trying to gain weight, but the meal showing up, it looks like a clean food for me, the salad and all. I don't know, I feel so, it's not really heavy food and all. So that's something that you maybe you need to check back or testing more on that.
Oh, so Aaron, because I'm sure how we measure the user weight, right? So I might not be clear just now. We do have an estimated BMI to measure based on what users log, right? And how this log is that, so based on studies, right, average user burns around, I think, half a pound if they eat 500 calories less than their daily recommended value. So, earlier we also calculated users' daily recommended calories intake, right? So based on what users has logged, each new day we calculate the estimated BMI to see which BMI range is the user at. So, we calculate you. No, we have two actually. We have one estimation and one actual value based on the user's inputted weight and height during the onboarding process. Oh. Right. Oh. Okay, so it's actually something we tried as a research around 3 years ago, where we actually come up with a lot of your models to identify food and get a database of calories number, right? So it's actually two questions. Number one, how do you obtain all the calories numbers, nutrition and all? By number two, for a more localized context, right, when the food in Asia is not like your Western food, right? It's not a sausage bun, right? There's rice with a bunch of random vegetables and meat, right? So, is there any form of localization or differentiation? And one last and final recommendation is please include the drinks. The main cost of these calories is less about the food, but more about the drink. Yeah. So. So, yeah, I got two questions. Is number one, how do you obtain of the calories number and the nutrition number, or you leave it to the AI-wide 100%? Number two, how is it localized for Asian food? Good. So, starting with how we get the calories value, right? As for now, because we still have not have our own private database of food. So currently at this stage we still rely on Gemini. But Gemini itself it has a feature integrated through Google search called ground truth searching, where you can search the web for the most accurate value of the food. And so from there, as time goes on, we start to build our own private database so we can sort of have more verified value of the food here. And the second question about localization. And yeah, because we also showcased today about food database, right? So food database is where users can upload their own food. And from there on, we would like to rely on that to help localization, where we categorize into different countries, different regions based on the user's country of origin. Yeah. Okay, and in terms of your options or the portion TV, you probably are good. Have additional options on different portions. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Alright. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Breadcrumbs. Now let's invite our final team for today. Kitahack, the stage is yours. Okay, testing. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. So we are team Kitahack, and today we are going to present our solution, Fish Scan, which is the phishing detection Chrome extension. Okay, so the idea of this solution actually start from my friend. So actually, his mother did enter a phishing website and enter his credential, and then someone just tried to log in his Gmail, his WhatsApp and Telegram and so on. So this gives us some insight of it, and we try to discover more about it. Until then, on the February 2025, we found that the famous Bybit, which is the cryptocurrency exchange, suffers such a big financial loss, which actually shocked us, the phishing attack could actually cause such a big damage to us. And then we also found that, phishing attack is actually one of the quite common cyber attack in the world. Okay, so today the challenge that we are going to tackle is the 9.1, where we actually want to develop a sustainable infrastructure. 16.4, we want to combat to the financial crime. Okay, so to tackle those challenges, we actually come up with our solution where there is the 4 main features. The first is the real-time URL text scanning. The second is the deep analyze using a sandbox. The third one is the real-time page scanning. And the last one is the Gmail attachment scanning. Okay, so our target market mainly 2 groups, which the first one is the individual, where we actually target those senior citizens who usually is not that aware of the phishing link, and also the social media user, like the example I showed just now, the WhatsApp, Telegram, and so on. And for the enterprise, we mainly aim for the small and medium-sized business. So without further ado, let's start our demo session. So imagine that we are browsing an email, and we received an email where there is actually something like this, and it contains a link, and we're not sure whether it is a phishing link or not. So with our extension, let's try start it. So with our extension for the first solution, where it is the real-time URL text scanning, we actually could able to scrap the URL that exists in the web page and pass it into a TensorFlow model to actually predict the risk of the link being a phishing link. And then, based on the risk score, we actually will specify, especially for the high risk, the link will appear in red to aware the user. Okay, and then for the second feature is the deep analysis using the sandbox, where we actually could right-click on the link and perform a deep analysis. So what actually this deep analysis did, it is actually we will pass this URL to be run in a Docker container, and then it is actually isolated, we can briefly say it is a isolated virtual machine. Okay, and then we'll try to run the link and then capture the network request and the event log after we run the link, and then pass back to the Gemini to scan for it, and we'll come up with a scanner report. And yeah, we can see that it is appear the phishing risk score is 85, which is kind of dangerous. And there's also some of the explanation that why the phishing risk score is so high. Okay, and then like the example I showed just now, this phishing attack will not only occur in just Gmail. So we actually try to make it to be the WhatsApp first. We try to make it to could be able to run the extension on the web page in the Chrome, and yeah, to be practical, the social media web page such as WhatsApp. And like for this example, my friend actually tried to send this. A lot of my friend, our university student, actually got attacked by this phishing link, and yeah, we tried to capture it, and our extension is actually able to capture and appear the link in red. And after we perform the deep analyze, it can actually not yet. not so fast. Yeah, the deep analysis, sometimes it needs some time cause actually run the link for like 20 seconds. And yeah, it will appear the analyst report for the link. Okay, and yeah, we can show the Telegram example also, where sometimes for the tiny URL, yeah, our first solution, which is the URL text scanning, could not really determine whether it is a phishing link. So actually our deep analysts could able to determine whether it is phishing or not, because it run the link inside and we will capture where the link actually redirect to. Chill. I think, okay, never mind. We keep with other feature first. Okay, so the third feature is the on-time web page scanning. Yeah, where it will actually try to scrap for the script that, run in the web page, and this actually serves as like the last resort where you actually enter the phishing website already. And then, yeah, it will try to pass to the Gemini and also come out with some analysis. So we can show the analysis report. So actually it's basically the same, and you can see the phishing risk score is quite low, quite accurate. Okay. So, and for the last feature is actually the Gmail attachment scanning, where we can actually access to our Gmail through our extension, and when we find for the attachment and click on it, it can actually pass this file to the virus total, which is another API that could help us to actually scan for the file and then come out with the result to determine whether it is safe or malicious. So this is basically end of our demonstration. Okay, so let us continue. Okay, so we expect our user, after they use the extension, for the individual, they could have a safer online experience and also able to protect their sensitive information from leaking. And for the small and medium business, we expect them to minimize the risk of their employee to actually fall into the phishing attack, and also protect the business information to leak. Yeah. Okay. Then when we try to search for the market, we actually found that the existing Chrome extension solution is quite little, and it is too specific. For example, this threats layer is the real-time scanning. It will actually check for the link that you browse and block it if it is malicious. And the blue fish guard is just only specified on the email. So our solution actually is rather have more feature compared to the other. And the most important, the visual indicator that and the sandbox doesn't exist in the other solution. So right now we enter our solution architecture. So for the real-time URL text scanning, we actually train a TensorFlow model in the Google Colab, and then when we pass any link to the TensorFlow model, it will return a phishing risk score. And then for the deep analysis using Sandbox, we actually pass the URL to the Google Cloud, and then the Google Cloud actually running an Express server that there's a Docker, and in the Docker we actually run the URL that we pass in the Puppet, and the computer actually try to capture all the network requests and the event log, and then we will pass those event log to the Gemini, and then Gemini will analyze those logs and generate a report. Okay, then for the real-time page scanning is relatively simple. We will just try to scrap the script on the web page and then pass to the Gemini to generate the report. And the last one is the file scanning, where we actually use the Gmail API to get the attachment in the Gmail, and then we will pass the Gmail to the VirusTotal through Cloudflare, and then after the VirusTotal validate the attachment, it will return back to the extension. And yeah, after we get some user feedback, unfortunately, the only good thing that we got is they actually say the color indicator idea is quite good, where when it appears in red, it will actually effectively aware the user. And yeah, the report could be more user friendly. And right now our solution is just a detection solution, and it could possibly be better if it is a prevention solution. And also the real-time web page scanning is sometimes too noisy, because the notification will keep on appear, and there's some false positive when we perform using the real-time URL text scanning. So our future development, if the first, we could possibly have a community forum or platform so that the user can have feedback and some suggestion. And also, why don't we just open source it? Because as the cyber attack keep on increasing and the complexity keep on rising, when we open source it, we can actually gather all of the developers together to develop and tackle this challenge so that we can create a safer world. Okay? And then also, we want to have the user report feature where the user can actually report, for example, like the false positive, and then we can actually feed to the model for continuous training. And the last one is a cross-platform expansion, where right now our solution is only usable in Chrome. So in the future, maybe we can try to deploy it so that it can use in other web browsers, for example, like the Firefox and Internet Explorer. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Another very interesting use case. Can you show me or tell me if the link is not a real link? Like we can have a title and then embedded with a link, right? Are you able to scan that? Like, click this website. The website that is internally it has a URL link. So that's one. And if it's already included, that will be very nice use case. Maybe also can show it in the demo next time, because that one will be very good. Can you also show me the event log, the traffic and event log? I'm also curious on that part.
Oh, can. Wait, we try the first one first. Actually, just now the first request is
not the tiny URL. Tiny URL still can see is a web link, right? I want it to be like click link, this link, then the link become the URL.
Oh.
You got me? So you.
Yeah.
Because now it's HTTPS, now I can tell it's a link, right?
Okay.
I'm sure you already handled that.
Okay. Because the method actually we try to do is actually we scrap the tag inside the web page. So we find for the href tag where it actually direct to the link.
So for example, right, the Google Developer Group, this is not a link, right? The Google Developer Group individual on campus, IIUF, this is not a link, but we can stretch the ad tag for the link, and then we pass it to the customer.
Okay. And also, can you show me the log, activity log?
Okay.
On that, right? You just now in the demo, you also can see is you don't know it's already sent or what is the process. Maybe you need to
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, actually we need to figure a way to actually show it is still scanning. Yeah. Because previously we just inspect. But it is still analyzing. So yeah, when we successfully run the Docker, we'll then pass the link, pass the information. Yeah, so this is the request log that we catch, and above is the content of the web page, and the most top one is the console message. Yeah.
So you actually send all this link to the Gemini to check?
Yeah, we pass all of the, we are not passing the JSON format, we actually strictify first, and we pass to the Gemini for it to analyze. In the Gemini, we actually, cause we did have a mentor session with our mentor, and he actually said that, okay, so to be specific, phishing attack actually usually occur on like, it will ask for the input, or basically it will run a script, or the third one, it will actually redirect to any public IP. So we actually have prompt Gemini to try to capture from the data.
One more question. What is the costing for you to run one processor?
Costing? Yeah. The whole costing, to be honest, is
okay. So at first, I go to click a free credit from the Google the global solutions. Then I deployed the server on the GCP. Yeah. So the zero cost.
If to be specific, is around 0.1 something. Yeah, the credit. Just for the GCP. The computer is free, open source too. Yeah, we got no budget.
Okay, I have a couple of questions because this is a very good problem statement. First of all, how the user will access your tool? You need to log in, right? Somewhere.
Actually, no. It's the Chrome extension, so it just, yeah, you just download the extension and then you can use it. But okay, there's some setup we need to do. Actually, no, the Google API, yeah, no need, yeah.
So you just install this extension, and then scrubbing how you connect to WhatsApp, or scrubbing the browser. So it's scrubbing the window or the browser, and
it's scrubbing the web page.
the URL, and every time you open this, it will scan everything again.
And then some important things is like I have two doors, which is when I click any, I scroll to the button, it will change again, like scan again after I click the button. Or
basically, when we make change on the web page, we actually rescan.
So you are not tracking the action which you already had scanned before, so you just randomly scan everything that appears in this page.
Yes.
The other thing is, you actually, in the Looker container, you open that URL, or how it works?
Actually, we do run
when the user click on the deep analysis, we will be passing the URL into the GCP. Yeah, then it will pass into, and in the GCP we will run our Docker.
Okay. After this?
After that, inside the Docker, we do install the Puppet, Puppet. Then it will help us to the Puppet actually it will help us to create a headless mode of the web browser. So we will pass the URL inside. Then it will help us to capture the network request logs, the event logs, all of the things, and it will pass back to us, and we will pass it to the Gemini to help us to analyze it.
Okay, so you open the URL inside the printer, inside the Docker container.
Yeah.
That's too dangerous more than the user access or user open it. Because if you open it inside your cloud, inside your Kubernetes cluster, your Docker container, your Docker container has access to the VM and has access to your cloud by default. So instead of because at the end of the day, this is a kind of the VM and GCP is a machine, right?
Yeah.
It's a kind of your computer, but different operating system, right? And if the user has access to this operating system or has access to this machine, he can do more than what he can do in your local machine. Because now you are in cloud, he can have access to the whole cloud system and can do a lot of things from them. So opening the URL from the malicious or from phishing is dangerous. So the thing is, how people do it is to prevent actually opening that. And there is no straight way to do it. Not that you guys can do research, but do not open that phishing link.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and Gemini cannot analyze it. Because Gemini, he can see the URL, but he will not open it for you as well. So that's two kinds of things that you need to consider. The first point, do not open any phishing link. Because once you open it, you are a victim already. Either your local or your VM, it's all machine. Once the attacker has this machine access, he can do whatever he wants. So that's the point that I want to emphasize. Yeah, you guys do research, come up with a solution, just do not stop here.
So only concern I have is actually consumer from the source, because you can easily analyze everything on the page, and each of the actions can refresh the page and will be good, but again process again, which is really expensive, right? And especially when your extension is free, right? Obviously, even if you charge it, I don't think it's feasible, right? So if it can be something on the server side, right, where everything is analyzed and cached, and then if it is the same link or the same message again, if prevented in the future, it will be much more efficient. Yeah, and for me, good job. It's always refreshing to see someone go through the extension route and not going through a web app route. Good job.
All right.
Just one more thing, maybe you need to double check is that the extension and all, right, you're sending the information also through network, right? People can actually set and another security risk, maybe something you need to take a link to all this, right? Because you're scanning all the information from your emails and all these things. Something maybe need to
We will improve it.
How to protect it.
We will open source it and wait for others to
Open source is not a good, because people already know how you're going to do it, right? I would think there's something on encryption or all those things going in that direction. Encrypt, then you send only from the server side we are able to encrypt it, right? Others, hacker in the break is just some fancy things, but not the real link or real data.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Team Kitahack. And now, thank you to all of our teams for their presentations today. While our judges calculate the marks, we'll have a brief moment of reprieve for the rest of you guys. So everyone, for the next 30 minutes, you are welcome to either stay in the auditorium 1 or you may go outside to visit our CIMB's booth, which I do highly encourage, considering they are offering things like internships as well as job offerings. Or even just like, I saw a very cute CIMB plushie, but unfortunately I don't have time to get it. So if you guys have free time now, I do encourage that you go look around. And with that being said, thank you guys. We'll regroup in another 30 minutes.
you.